reasonable discussion.
Recording in progress.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Superior Town Council for Monday, February 23rd, 2026. Can we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Shannon?
Mayor Mark Lasis.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jason Serbu.
Here.
Councilmember Jen Cowish.
Here.
Councilmember Stephanie Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Neil Shaw.
Here.
Councilmember Mike Foster.
Here.
Councilmember Heather Craycraft.
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley.
Here.
Town Attorney Nicholas Hartman.
Here.
All right, up next is our approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes that we'd like to make to the agenda? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
And we've got a motion from Councilmember Foster,
Second.
second from Councilmember Craycraft. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. And we're on to item 1D, which is our council reports. Who'd like to go first tonight? Neil?
We'll start us off. Just a real quick one. DRCOG had its meeting last week, monthly meeting, and as part of the sort of business part of the meeting, most of it was focused on the key bills at the state legislature. So given where we are in the timeline of the legislative session, most of the bills are kind of in a wait and see mode for DRCOG to see how they kind of go through committee and everything else, with one exception. House Bill 26-1001 is an emphatic no, as it is with the Metro Mayors Coalition as well. This is a refresh of a bill from last year that effectively would have let a number of nonprofits bypass local zoning and permitting rules to build housing. It would allow schools or other higher education institutions to develop residential properties on their land with only an administrative approval process. There's like an ongoing sense of real frustration at DRCOG with a number of bills focused on housing, and it's sort of oversimplifying the issue with housing by just saying add more. So that's it for DRCOG, and that's it for my updates.
Thanks, Neil.
Hello.
Jen?
Yeah, hi everybody. Last week I attended the Chamber Women in Business Luncheon. If you are a woman, identifying as a woman in the community, and you want to get more involved in the business side of things, it was just a really wonderful, I think there was maybe 20 women leaders there. And the chamber is just kicking so much butt right now in the women leadership front. The Superi, her event is coming up in March, and I'm really looking forward to that. So if you don't know about this, just take a look at their website, and you can find a lot of options for events to attend. The Superior Veterans Group met yesterday and is looking for a new chair. Additionally, if you have any events or ideas for connections for the veterans in Superior specifically, please, you're welcome to reach out to me or any of the folks that are attending that. And I also met with the Boulder County Democratic Veterans Group. This one's really growing. There's a lot of veterans feeling really frustrated and concerned over attacks on things like the VA benefits and disability earnings. So the federal administration has made it really clear that it's not valuing military or veterans, and this should be alarming for anyone who served as well as their family members. So just some forward planning for things like retirement and healthcare that were previously part of the agreement of service are not being honored. So if you have any aging veterans in your family, just want to make sure you take a look at that. Ensure they're tracking these things, as the notices and changes are often being released on social media apps versus formal documentation and letters that would typically go out to veterans. And as the chair at the state level of the Colorado Democratic Veterans Council, just know that we're organizing and pushing back on legislators that are not being vocal about these attempted cuts. And if you want to get involved, just find your local veterans group. They're growing in activity lately. Some of those that have been kind of quiet are really turning it up right now. So they're easy to find. Google. So thanks.
Thanks, Jen. Stephanie?
Sure. To echo what Jen said, the chamber is kicking butt right now. I attended the State of the Chamber along with the Superior Her Luncheon, which was great. But just amazing to see what they do with 2 staff members and just an army of volunteers. So thank you for all you guys are doing for our community, because it's really impressive. And then just another plug for the Superior Her Conference. So if you are a woman in business or even a man in business and want to attend this, it is open to anybody on Thursday, March 26th at the Omni. I know it's going to sell out because it sells out and it's phenomenal. So if you haven't gotten tickets yet, please do, because that's a great event. I attend to Chat with the Chief, which is the 3rd Saturday of every month from 9 to 10 at the Community Center. If you don't attend this, just another great event. The Chamber helps with this as well. But just a really great opportunity to learn what's going on in the community and learn how to keep yourself safe. So a few things that I took away that I wanted to share in particular from this last event. So I know we get a lot of emails recently about flock cameras. That's in the news right now. And just a few things that I didn't realize, and I thought it would be great for everybody else to know. In order to access our flock data, you have to have a warrant. So nobody can just come up and grab this data. You do have to have a warrant to access it. And it's data that's only saved for 4 days. So I thought it was saved in perpetuity. It's not. It's only 4 days. So just FYI on that. There is a bill right now, SB 26-070, that's being proposed right now. Sergeant Solomon was talking about how detrimental this would be to police if that did pass. There's a lot of reasons why that would be difficult for law enforcement. But certain things like the homicide on Flagstaff, the only reason that was solved was because of flock cameras. Otherwise, that person would have gone on the loose. So just something to be aware of, and maybe reach out to your representatives if you want to make sure that bill doesn't pass. And then one other thing to pass along. So we've obviously heard a lot about evacuations and things of that nature as we're looking at the comp plan. So there is a safety plan that is in the works with multiple agencies. Sergeant Solomon was talking about that today. And it's something that they're looking at statewide, but specifically in our area. Boulder has one already. We would be the second in the state to have a plan. So like I said, it's multiple agencies that are working on that. Some things that we didn't have prior to the Marshall Fire that are in effect now. So when the town was evacuated and there were certain evacuation areas that needed to be evacuated, those had to be sent specific coordinates to be able to release those evacuation zones, which obviously takes a lot of time and kind of slowed things down. And so now there's set evacuation zones. So if in the event of another emergency, instead of having to put coordinates, now they can just say, you know, this is the few zones that we need to evacuate, and that goes right out. So it definitely helps with timing on that front. We're also, as part of that plan, having evacuation routes detailed a little bit more. Something I didn't realize actually till recently, but obviously we know that there were some backups with traffic and bottlenecks and, you know, just terrifying situations. US 36 was shut down as an evacuation route. Nobody could get out on 36, which I didn't realize. But that and 128th were shut down. So those are major arteries that kind of pushes everybody into Rock Creek Parkway. And there was a bottleneck down in Broomfield. And all to say, we learned a lot. And so all of those lessons are being put into this safety plan. They're also looking at water availability, so how many homes could burn in the event of another fire and still be able to have water pressure, because as those homes burn, obviously pipes are exposed and that water is just leaking and that pulls down the pressure. And so they're determining that, basically looking at it from all avenues. So just be aware that that is in the works. It won't be necessarily a forward-facing document, the reason being they don't want to show everybody evacuation routes, have everybody think those are your evacuation routes, and then in the event of an emergency, say, you know, the fire or whatever emergency is happening, is making that evacuation route no longer safe. They want to make sure people don't have that in their mind, and then, you know, it causes more confusion. But for first responders, it is going to be a really, really good tool. If you are not signed up for Everbridge yet, please make sure you do so that you do get evacuation notices and then other notices about what is going on in the area. And then last but not least, if you do feel unsafe, don't wait for a notice. Just evacuate if you feel that the situation warrants it. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Stephanie. Heather.
Thank you, Mayor. On that same note, had the pleasure of attending our Consortium of Cities meeting last week, and actually that was one of the topics we talked about too. So the regional focus on safety and evacuation plans is definitely at the top of the list for our neighbors all over. So that's a good place. It's continuing to be discussed and lessons learned. So thank you, Stephanie, for sharing that. Also attended our historical commission meeting on Friday and just wanted to make sure everyone knew that on March 7th, both of our museums will be open as well as the cemetery. So their small committee of volunteers are going to spread out and be at all three places on March 7th, and would love to invite everyone to come visit one, both, or all three. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Heather. Mike?
Quick update, at our Open Space Advisory Committee last week, can't remember the date. Anyway, the Garrett developer, which is proposing to develop the Zaharias property, gave a much more in-depth, detailed presentation to OSAC on to address some of the concerns that OSAC had brought up around wildlife corridors and buffer zones and things like that. And my takeaway was that the Garrett company was very open-minded to the feedback that they were hearing from OSAC. So I thought it was a really great conversation, and we'll see where this goes. But that's my update.
Thanks, Mike. Jason?
I just have one thing really quickly. Last Friday, the 20th, was Louis Kahn's birthday. You probably don't know who he is. He is a very celebrated architect. The Salk Institute in California is his most famous example. If you have an opportunity, please look that up online. Reason I say that is, as we get more, this town is very interested in the arts, but no one ever talks about architecture. And with the number of houses that are coming back online, they're getting rebuilt here. Some of them are very architecturally significant. So I think that Superior is doing a fantastic job on that front as well. So happy birthday, Louis. He was a big fan of mine as a kid in architecture school. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mark.
All right. Thanks, Jason. All right, good evening, everyone. It's a packed house here. It's good to see you all. A couple things to report. I want to congratulate the Chamber of Commerce on the State of the Chamber presentation on Wednesday and thank them for inviting me to speak. It's really incredible what our Chamber does here. We're 4 square miles, a very small town, but our Chamber really works hand in hand with the town to put on events and support our local economy. So they're a critical asset for all of us to take advantage of. So definitely check out the Chamber of Commerce. If you're a local business and you're not a member of the Chamber, you're really missing out. So look at the Chamber and consider joining. On Friday, Mayor Pro Tem Serbu, Manager Magley, and myself met with Tatiana Hernandez from Community Foundation, and we received an update. There's been some news in the press right now about Community Foundation in terms of how they're administering the remaining $6 million that they have from the Marshall Fire collections that they raised from all the generosity of residents who wanted to give to help this community recover. So we heard about what Community Foundation is doing with that remaining $6 million. They've got a project in Louisville. They're buying some homes here in Superior, and they're also helping to fund an affordable housing project here in Superior. So it was definitely a great meeting to hear from Community Foundation. We're appreciative of all their efforts to help our community recover from the Marshall Fire, and it was good to just kind of hear what their plans are going forward. Just a couple things upcoming that I wanted to give everybody a heads up on. March 2nd, we have our next town council work session. So if you've got any topics that you'd like to discuss, please send them in to Matt and we'll get them on the agenda. On March 4th, we have the Kite Route Crossing ribbon cutting. So that'll be over at the downtown civic space. And then we'll have our first senior affordable housing project started here in Superior. And then lastly, tomorrow's a red flag warning day. It's going to be windy. It's going to be warm. Don't light anything on fire. Be smart. Don't throw cigarettes out the window. Don't do anything stupid.
Yes.
And that's what I've got. Town Manager Magnet. Don't be stupid is an admonition I give at all of our meetings for the public. So I tell my kids all the time, don't be stupid.
The Youth Leadership Council would like to invite the council to dinner Wednesday, April 1st. So staff will send out. No, they're serious. So we'll send out calendar invites for that for you. And then I'm working with the city manager in Louisville on possible topics for joint meeting with them. If you have topics, please email those to me and I'll get them over to her. That's it.
Town attorney.
Nothing.
Town clerk. All right. We're moving on to our public comment on our consent agenda presentations and non-agenda items. If you're here in council room and you'd like to give public comment, we've got a sign-in sheet at the desk there. We've got 2 sign-in sheets, one for just general public comment and then also for our public hearings. There are 3 public hearings tonight on the second reading and adoption of the town comprehensive plan update, an ordinance related to lighting standards, and then a town property, Coal Creek Drive vacation. If you're interested in making public comment on those issues, we just ask that you hold your comments for those public hearings. We do have a presentation tonight from the Boulder Valley School District that I'm assuming a lot of people here are interested in hearing about. If you'd like to give public comment, we typically don't give public comment after presentations, but given the amount of interest in this, I'm going to open up public comment after the presentation in case anybody has comments or questions that arise after you hear it. But if you want to give your public comment on that in advance, you're welcome to do so now. So, do you have anybody signed up?
Renee Alaniz.
Come on down.
I'm so nervous. There's so many people. Good evening, Council, Town Manager. My name is Renee Alaniz. I'm the Executive Director for the Superior Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a Superior resident, and I'm also a parent of BVSD students. But thank you. I came here to talk about Superior, our conference, so thank you for taking care of that for me. I want to let you all know that this is our Women in Business Conference, but this is a Boulder County premier event. We host it. Our Superior ends up being kind of the shining goalpost, the star of our county for creating this type of event, being the ones to first create it, having this opportunity to develop workshops, to develop your work skills, personal skills, and everything like that. But the most interesting thing, women or men, whatever you're going through, we hear from amazing speakers who are coming from all around the country. They actually donate their time to speak with us. And also, we offer an expo. So this is a woman business, woman-led, or nonprofits that support women in business expo. And this is a wonderful event. So I just want to encourage everyone. It is March 26th. I encourage you to look into it. It's on our website. We've just announced all of our speakers, and it's a really great opportunity in our own backyard. And so I just want to highlight that. There's one more thing I'd like to highlight. Because the Chamber's offices are in the sports stable, I'm not sure if everyone was aware, but the U.S. Men's Paralympic Hockey Team practices at the sports stable, and we just gave them a big send-off. So I hope you look for them and watch for them in the Paralympics in the next 2 weeks and cheer them on, and I'm sure we'll have some activities for when they come back. But that's exciting, Superior sending a whole team. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Elliot Clayton.
Sorry. Elliot Flayden of the Calmonte neighborhood. As you probably saw and heard, I brought my family here tonight for this presentation that's coming up. 3 of whom are in 2 of the other ones in the room, my wife and my middle daughter, Areli, who is 12 years old at Boulder Valley School District. I also have my eldest daughter who's 14 with our 2-year-old toddler. We are very invested in this community, not just with kids who are at BVSD, but kids that will be shortly coming through BVSD. So this presentation is something that is of interest to us. In a way that will not immediately appear related to that, but which will be as I get into it, for reasons that'll become apparent. I don't often pay attention to town politics. My family uses South Pool. I'm friends with maybe a few of you on council, and I sometimes like hearing what's going on at downtown Superior and seeing what crazy random crap people are up to. But honestly, the town politics doesn't really interest me all that much. I like taking advantage of South Pool, North Pool, the community center, and the excellent town events and sense of community we got. And because I like taking advantage of these things, I, of course, am really excited, as a person who doesn't have to be responsible for choices the town makes, except when it comes to tax bills, to hear that we're renovating South Pool for a lot of stuff. I hear it's going to be a bells and whistles project, and when my kids hear what's going to be done there, that sounds like it's going to be absolutely amazing. But here's the thing. I get to be excited about it. because I didn't take an oath of office. I'm not in charge. I don't have to be responsible for town budgets. I just get to go rah-rah and get to be happy about whatever gets delivered. That's my job, if you want to call it that, being a happy constituent when goodies arrive. Your job is different. Your job isn't to smile and say, oh, this is amazing, or here's a nice new Ferrari, or like Oprah, everybody gets a car, or like The Simpsons, monorail, if you remember the old episode. I might be dating myself. Your job is to make sure that these bells and whistles and these shiny things that those of us here in the audience who aren't paying attention to the books, because honestly, we didn't sign up to work 40 hours a week. That was your mistake, not ours. It's your job to make sure that these things that we want are responsible for this town's fiscal situation. And I saw an article in a town newspaper recently that we're about $1 million over budget on South Pool. That concerns me. Now, I don't know how much I should be concerned, because again, I'm irresponsible. I'm not sitting up here with you guys. But it does make me wonder about these things we're paying for as a town. These things that I want and the town wants. Are they responsible for us to have? And I wonder about whether or not this council is giving too much undue weight about being popular with those of us over here, as opposed to doing the right thing on that side of the dais. And this gets to another issue that I've been noticing around town. I like my open space. I like to bike. I like going on paths. I like taking advantage of what this town has to offer. But I also recognize we got a lot of it. And I further recognize that there's a lot of people who don't like seeing potential areas that have not even been explicitly earmarked for open space slated for development. Here's the problem with the presentation we got coming up. I'm expecting to be told, because I read the news on statewide issues, not so much local issues, that we don't have enough kids in our schools, that they may have to shut down one of 2 award-winning schools, either Superior Elementary or El Dorado. And my kids are El Dorado kids, and they love that place. It's a newer building and a bigger building. And compared to the smaller building, it would seem to be the logical choice to keep open if one has to be shut down. But of course, the other school, Superior, is one of the top schools in the nation for elementary school. So why are we stuck with this? Because we don't have enough construction in this town. Why do we not have enough construction in this town? Maybe one of the reasons is because people come up, and when there may be construction, they start raising a fit. Now, here's the thing. You're on council. It's your job to listen to us constituents. That's perfectly fine. What's not fine is believing that my opinion, that should be easy. I'm obviously idiosyncratic. But that me or any group of people that comes before you is representative, even if they have a petition with 70 names on it. A petition of 70 people is not representative of a town of 10,000 people. I fear that this town council, in a rush to please people, is not making the right decisions. It's making popular decisions. And I can tell you this, what may seem popular today as you sit on this dais, if you're going to stay in this community for a long time like my family is going to, we're going to remember what happens when you leave office. And if we have to shut schools down because you made the easy decisions today, that's going to stick with you in the future.
Thank you for your comments. All right, anybody else here in council room? All right, anybody on Zoom like to give public comment? If so, you can use the raise hand feature, and I'll call on you in the order in which I see your hand raised. Going once, going twice. All right, public comment is closed. And we are now on to our presentation section of the evening, and we have a presentation from Boulder Valley School District, defining the path forward.
I want to welcome Rob Price, Assistant Superintendent for the Boulder Valley School District, who's going to give a presentation on their engagement plan.
Fantastic.
Welcome, Rob.
Welcome.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I am Rob Price, Assistant Superintendent of Operational Services. Thank you for having me. Also joining me tonight is Deanne Butcher, board member of District E. So I know we have a couple other school leaders in the crowd for award-winning schools, and I would agree with what the gentleman said in front of me. So tonight I am here to present our community engagement plan, which is focused on defining a path forward for resilient schools. So I want to quickly give you an overview of tonight's presentation. So we are entering a challenging but necessary period of planning for the district's future. The reality is that our limited resources are stretched thin across a growing number of under-enrolled schools, and this is creating emerging inequities that directly impact student programming and opportunities. And to preserve the high-quality education our students deserve, system-wide adjustments will ultimately be required. However, before any plan is developed, our absolute focus is to listen and engage with our principals, our families, our educators, and our communities. Walk you through a big picture look at district-wide enrollment, a closer look at the interconnected Superior and Louisville region, why enrollment even matters, how we've responded to date, and finally outline our path forward. I appreciate the Superior's comprehensive plan. I believe that's coming for you tonight, which speaks to being a community for all, where people are valued, diversity is celebrated, and the residents help shape the future. I would say that closely aligns with our values. We strive to be a district that where every student feels valued, included, supported, and where excellent educators and strong programs help students reach their potential. These values are important as we move forward with the difficult, honest conversations ahead of us. However, before talking about challenges, I want to ground us in something that's really important. Boulder Valley is performing at the highest level we ever have. We are the only Metro Denver school district accredited with distinction. Our graduation rates are the highest they've ever been. Our student performance in English and math is the strongest it's been in over a decade. And I share this reason for one simple point. Declining enrollment is not because of failing schools. This is a demographic reality we are facing along with many other districts in Colorado and the country as a whole. So across the state, K-12 enrollment has been declining for several years, and this past year we saw the largest single-year drop since the pandemic, and BVSD is not unique in this. What we are seeing is driven by a combination of factors, including declining birth rates, which leads to fewer kindergartners, an aging population, low inventory of housing opportunities, high cost of living, families finding more affordable options elsewhere. And what this tells us is we must plan differently than during the decades of growth that we are accustomed to. This graph shows our enrollment trends from 2015 to 2025 and illustrates the reality of our sustained enrollment decline. Since 2017, you can see our enrollment has declined by more than 3,600 students. This year alone, we declined by 525 students, which is roughly double what we projected. And we do believe a lot of that was due to the federal immigration changes that have occurred. The clear takeaway from this slide is the decline is real, it's sustained, and accelerating faster than we had originally anticipated. As we look ahead, we are projecting an additional decline of about 1,700 students over the next 5 years. All grade levels are affected, but elementary continues to drive the biggest facility and programmatic impacts. And this is a crucial point for everybody to understand because you all know that elementary schools are the foundation to our educational system. So overall, we have the capacity to serve about 14,500 K-5 or elementary students in our non-charter schools. Charter schools are not included in this presentation. Today, we serve about 9,700 students. So you can see we have about 65% of our capacity is utilized, about 35% is underutilized, which means we have about 4,800 open seats, and that is projected to grow to 5,100 open seats within 5 years. The clear takeaway on this slide is that we are maintaining a lot of underutilized space, and we're driving the dollars away from the classroom and the direct student supports. Now I'm just going to turn our focus over to the Louisville Superior region, which faces some of our most acute challenges. So across Louisville and Superior elementary schools, utilization today is 67%, projected to drop to about 64% in 5 years. Our total capacity, you can see, is 3,000. Right now, we have approximately a little over 2,000 students enrolled in the 6 schools in this area. So this slide looks at enrollment in Louisville and Superior together. So because these, and we look at these two communities closely because they feed into Monarch High School. 2 points I want to highlight on this slide. First, the graphic on the left shows the number of elementary age BVSD students who reside in Louisville and Superior and where they attend. So this graph distinguishes students who attend their own neighborhood school, attend another neighborhood school, attend a focus school, etc. Again, that is the pie graph on the left. The graphic on the right, pie graph on the right, it shows who is attending elementary schools in Superior and Louisville, and what portion of that enrollment comes from within the attendance areas versus the students who enroll in. All of this information can be found on our enrollment website. It goes into more depth on this. So when you look at these two visuals together and then you look at the bar charts below, you see the same pattern from 2 different angles. Since 2018, the resident numbers has gone down, and then the number of students attending Louisville and Superior schools has also gone down. It's the bar graph on the right-hand side. That decline in the underlying population is the primary driver of what we are seeing across our schools, and it is all about fewer elementary students living in Louisville and Superior. So this slide looks at how many students live in each attendance area and whether they attend their neighborhood school or another school. We also reference classes per grade level, and I will explain that a little bit more, but that is a metric we use to understand how enrollment might be impacting the student experience. And we'll get into that detail in just a second. But the key takeaway is that there's only 3 regions in this area that currently have enough resident students to support more than 2 classes per grade level. 2 schools are already at 2 classes per grade level, and 1 does not even reach that threshold. This information isn't on the slide, but I'm going to go into some historical resident student counts just to show how significant the change is. 2015, we had 500 students, BVSD students that had lived in El Dorado's attendance area. Today, as you can see, that number is 246. At its peak in 2013, we had 548 elementary students living in that area. Superior Elementary tells us a similar story. In 2015, there were 488 elementary students living in Superior's attendance area. Today, there's 360, as reflected on this slide. At its peak in 2008, Superior had 707 elementary students living in Superior's attendance area. Some of you might remember at one time we had 4 portables at Superior. We had 8 at El Dorado, and that was only a decade ago. It wasn't long ago. So not small fluctuations, and these are the sustained declines in the number of our elementary age children living in this attendance area. So this slide illustrates the composition of the enrollment at each school. So showing resident students versus the students who open enroll into the schools. And as you can see, some of our schools are heavily reliant on open enrollment, which was a state law passed back in the mid-90s to maintain their current size. So we're expecting enrollment declines at 3 of the 6 schools in this region over the next 5 years, and that's illustrated by the diamonds that you can see and where they fall on each graph there. Difficult to read, and this is a slide looking, forward-looking snapshot of enrollment across Louisville and Superior schools over the next 5 years. So I'll walk you through how to read this. Across the top, you'll see projected enrollment and classes per grade level, year by year. And then on the left-hand side, you'll see each school listed along with its building program capacity and the current enrollment. The percentages reflect projected building utilization, so in other words, how full the building is. And the color shading here is important. So when a school drops to 2 rounds or 2 classes per grade level or below, or when that school is less than 60% capacity, it is shaded in yellow. And when a school drops to 1.5 classes per grade level or below, or less than or equal to 50% capacity, it is shaded in red. And those thresholds matter because they start signaling programmatic stress at the school. So as a school falls to 2 classes per grade level, it becomes harder to sustain stable staffing, strong collaboration amongst our teachers, and robust programming. And what this slide shows is that over the next 5 years, more schools in this region are projected to be in that yellow and red zone. So again, this is not about a single school experiencing a dip. It's a regional pattern that we're seeing. So again, the key takeaway to these slides is that without action, we'll continue to see more schools operating at enrollment levels that strain the programming and create inequities across our system. So this, if you have anything taken away from tonight, this is by far the most important slide we'll talk about tonight, and it really is the core impact of declining enrollment on the student experience. So as schools move from 3 classes per grade level to 2 classes per grade level to now we're starting to see some multi-grade or mixed grade classrooms, we know that programmatic offerings begin to suffer. So in small schools, this shows up as traveling teachers, complex scheduling for our building leaders, limited teacher collaboration that we know is so important, reduced access to other enrichment experiences. I talked about earlier in this presentation, we're performing at the highest level that we ever have. And that is because our principals, our educators in our buildings are working harder than they ever have with a lot fewer resources than they're accustomed to. And we know that that work that our educators and our principals are doing isn't sustainable, and that's why we're having this discussion. So if we do not take action to address declining enrollment, the impacts are not abstract. They show up in students' daily experiences and how we are able to use our limited resources. Without actions, families will continue to see reduced access to learning opportunities, including fewer specials, limited instrumental music, less intervention support, and fewer advanced learning opportunities, all core parts of a well-rounded education. We'll also continue to just see fewer adults supporting students, including counselors, librarians, instructional specialists who all play a critical role in student success and well-being. And then without action, we will see more multi-grade or mixed grade classrooms, traveling teachers, which reduces overall stability and instructional consistency. We'll see an increase in grade levels with only 1 teacher rather than a team of teachers. All reduces opportunities for teachers to collaborate and have shared planning time. And over time, these impacts, and we're already seeing this, have led to growing inequities across our schools, continued spending on underutilized buildings, diverting dollars away from classrooms and direct student support services. I will say, after going through this and leading this work for 4 years, a student's experience should not depend on where they go to school in Boulder Valley School District. And without action, access to programs and supports becomes increasingly uneven across the district and already has in many ways. So inaction will continue to erode equity, stability, and the student experience over time. So this slide here illustrates that this work did not begin recently. In 2022, our Board of Education created the Long Range Advisory Committee to advise the district on declining enrollment. That committee is made up of staff members, members of the community, members of our advisory committees, among many others. And since that time, the board, our Long Range Advisory Committee, and staff have been studying enrollment trends. We've been developing enrollment metrics, engaging communities, and updating board policies. The pace and the scope of this work has really reflected our Board of Education's interest and direction over multiple years. The work on this slide also shows that we have pulled every available lever to change enrollment trajectories, to avoid the difficult discussions that we're getting ready to walk into. And this work has been very deliberate over the past 4 years. These efforts have helped. We've even, over multiple years, we slowed declining enrollment down. But what we have come to the conclusion of is we cannot reverse the underlying trends of demographics. These goals on this slide frame our work as we begin this process. Future decisions must maintain and improve learning outcomes for all students. That will continue to be our guiding principle. We must distribute students so all schools have the right level of resources and students to maintain high-quality learning experiences. This process is also about stabilizing enrollment by retaining our current students and attracting new families. And then finally, we know we must maximize all efficiencies to address our ongoing fiscal challenges associated with declining enrollment and potential changes to the state's budget coming up this year. The options on the right side are typically the tools that districts use to address declining enrollment. And I'm sure you've seen this in the paper, if not daily, weekly. And as we've studied this over the past 4 years, and just coming out of a work session with our board on January 27th, our Board of Education has made it very clear that allowing schools to stay small because of the programmatic impacts and the challenges to the educational experience for our students is not an option, and that's why it is crossed out. However, there are other options, and those options, and I won't go through all of these, but if you had 2 schools within close proximity, you could potentially do a K2, 3, 5 scenario. You could relocate focus programs. For example, we have another number of focus programs in Boulder. We don't have any in Louisville and Superior. You could do that. We'd have to look at different scenarios and play that out. But I just want to be very, very clear, and I said this in the beginning, is we are not coming into this with any predetermined outcomes or decisions. We're going to listen first, and I'll talk about this in the timeline, and then use the work that the values, the priorities of this community to build our options after that. So based on what we've talked about, we're going to now turn to the critical phase of community engagement. So our commitment in this process to ensure stakeholders are informed, heard, meaningfully involved as we begin shaping potential paths forward. This phase is about listening first, creating space for thoughtful, structured input that will help guide the development of options for the Board of Education to consider. This slide sets expectations for the engagement process. Engagement will build understanding of the problem, gather input on values, priorities, and trade-offs, and inform board decision-making. It will not guarantee that specific schools remain unchanged. It will not delay action indefinitely or transfer decision-making away from our Board of Education. And my hope that setting some boundaries up front, we're transparent about what this process can and cannot accomplish. And hopefully we can maintain a productive and honest conversation as we move forward. The engagement is designed for focused regional input. We're organizing around 3 regions. Those regions are where enrollment declines are the most acute. Broomfield is one region, Boulder will be the other, and then Louisville and Superior will be the third. And each region, it is our hope that you as staff, community partners, community members, our principals, our educators, and others will participate in the engagement process. And then our Board of Education will remain at the center of the structure. As we look at the overall timeline, phase 1 began in January, continues through the end of this month. During this phase, Dr. Anderson, our superintendent, and many board members are meeting with all of our elementary school principals, and all of our educators to better understand their concerns and then what they hope comes out of this process. Currently, we're also engaging our district advisory committees and then beginning conversations with municipalities, including this presentation tonight. And then phase 2 is when we begin our formal community engagement. That will start in late March, continue through May, and we will hold regional community group meetings, targeted stakeholder sessions, and then we'll say just additional details about that process will be coming out in the coming weeks. Once engagement is complete, we will take that feedback and we will present that to the Board of Education in June. And then from June to August, staff will develop school adjustment options informed by the community input received and the Board of Education's established goals. This slide outlines the final phases of the engagement and the decision-making. So then in August, staff will present the school adjustment options to the board. This will be the board's opportunity to discuss the range of options developed through the information we receive and their board's goals. Then in September, we will study that plan. And then in October, staff will present a final plan for action. And that timing is intentional to align with our open enrollment deadlines. So at each of these stages, there will be an opportunity for community input through public comment at our board meetings. Beginning in November of this year and continuing through August, if the board adopts or takes action and approves the school adjustment options, the focus then shifts to transition planning for our impacted families and for those of our educators and others that may be impacted. The key takeaway that is this is a very deliberate, transparent, multi-step process that begins with listening and then moves through towards action. So transitioning from the timeline, I guess my message would be this: demographics are not a problem that we can solve as a district. They are a reality that we're going to have to plan for together. So as Superior advances its vision, a community for all, and we sustain our commitment to be together for all students, both are shaped by the same demographic trends. And I would say we all know in this room that strong neighborhoods and resilient schools require shared awareness, shared planning, shared stewardship by us all. So our ask tonight is we are asking for your partnership in supporting a thoughtful, transparent, community-centered process. And that includes participating in engagement and recognizing the link between school sustainability and community vitality. And with that, I want to thank you for providing us the time tonight, and I would welcome council's questions or discussion.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Price. Appreciate the transparency, appreciate the discussion. I know that this is a very difficult problem that this school district, the Board of Ed is trying to solve, and it's not necessarily a unique problem that we're seeing just in BVSD. This is a problem that's happening in the region, in the state, across the nation. So there are challenges that we need to be realistic about solving. We moved, my wife and I, we have 2 boys at El Dorado. They're 8th graders, so they're gonna be going to Monarch for high school next year, but they've been going to Eldo since they're 1st graders. We've been walking them to school every single day since they started. And we absolutely love El Dorado. It's a beloved school in our community. And we moved to Superior in 2014. At the time, we were living in Denver. I was working in Denver. My wife was working in Brighton. And we drew a circle on a map and figured out where could we live that would work for both of our commutes that had excellent schools. We looked at Jeffco and Adams 12 and Denver Public Schools. We didn't want to be in any of those districts. We wanted to be in BVSD, and that's how we ended up in Superior. I love Superior, but we didn't come to Superior because of all the great things that Superior has. We came to Superior because it was in BVSD, and we knew that that was going to be the right path for our kids. And so happy with that decision. We are thrilled with the education that they received and the community that's built up around it. But one of the things that, when I look at the history of, I've been on this dais for 10 years now, and I remember when Superior Elementary had the portables and El Dorado had the portables, and different land use applications came before. They got referrals out to BVSD because we needed to make sure that BVSD had sufficient capacity to actually accept all of the students that were going to be coming from those new land use developments that were approved. So one question that I have, in the slides that you had about the school adjustment options, one of the things that I didn't see on that slide was a consideration of a readjustment of the boundaries for the schools. Because if you can go back to slide 10, which shows the map, I think this is one of the reasons why the schools are, at least in Superior, and I know that this doesn't necessarily solve the problem district-wide, but it potentially addresses the problem here in Superior. So we've got the section that Superior Elementary funnels, and all of this is open space. So nobody's living out there except for the prairie dogs. And then we've got this little quadrant for the Eldo kids, and then all of this is open space, right? So we're talking about this little subsection in Superior Elementary and El Dorado. But that's not all Superior. Superior is this triangle, right? And going out to here. So we've got the Bell Flatirons community over here. We've got the Reliant Circle neighborhood over here. We've got all of downtown over here. Original Town and Sagamore, all feeding into Monarch K through 5 and K through 8. If those students went to Superior schools, if Superior students actually went to Superior schools, that would solve at least the capacity problems with the enrollment problems with SES and Eldo to some extent. I think in large part. It would certainly come to the detriment of the enrollment at Monarch. But my question for you is this one of the things that the district will be looking at? Because I think before we talk about closing a school in Superior, we should look at boundary adjustments, because those boundaries were drawn to deal with the portables that we had at SES and at Eldo, which we don't have anymore. So why not redraw those boundaries first before you start looking into closing any of the schools in Superior?
It's a great question, and for the first time in many decades, our board just adjusted some attendance boundaries. I don't know if you were paying attention to that, and we did study this. But in order to do that, right now, Monarch K-5 only has a little over 300 students. So you're taking significant population from Monarch now, and you're giving that to another school.
Yeah.
And historically, that wouldn't have worked. When I talked about, at one time, Superior had 707 students back in 2008 in its attendance boundary. That's why those attendance boundaries were created. We couldn't have fit all of the kids into one building. So that's why then Monarch K-5 was built. K-8. And then right now, the Superior's not struggling. You can see, right, Superior, they have 360 students in their attendance boundary. It's really Eldo's attendance boundary. The number of resident students is less than 250. So in order to do what you're asking, you would be changing not only Superior's, but you would also have to change, on the wrong one, you would also have to change Eldo's, all at the detriment of Monarch K-5.
Understood.
So,
I mean, the kids have to come from somewhere.
Yeah, so
right?
That's right. Yeah. So that's what we're going to be, it's an option.
Yeah.
We'll study that. We'll listen to our community and the feedback we receive. But yes, we have spent a lot of time thinking about that.
I mean, my request is that be one of the things that you're looking at in making these difficult decisions, because, I think right now for Superior, and, my kids are going to Monarch next year for high school. So, I'm not trying to advocate one school over another,
right,
but I'm advocating for Superior as a community. Both of these schools are neighborhood schools, right? They're schools that are embedded within a neighborhood that's surrounded by these homes. Kids are walking there. Monarch, there isn't a neighborhood surrounding Monarch. It's surrounded by, a bunch of fields. There's a bunch of construction going on with Red Tail Ridge right now. But, if you closed one of these schools, the impact that would have on the surrounding community would be just devastating. So I just hope that would be one of the things also that you look into, is just kind of the impact of what a neighborhood school means to the neighborhood, what it means to parents to be able to walk their kids to school versus having to bus them or drive them somewhere else.
Yeah.
I think it's critically important to just the feel. And right now, I feel like we're not fighting a fair fight for the future of Superior schools because so many of our kids are drawn into a different school's boundary. So that's why I would ask that you look at that before making any of these decisions. I would also say that, we are still reeling from the Marshall Fire, and the recovery is ongoing. So please, BVSD, consider that. Don't kick us while we're down. We've got 80% of the people that have moved back home, but there's still another 20% that are under construction.
Yep.
That has impacted our enrollment numbers as well. So please take that into consideration. And really, last point that I'll make, and then open it up for fellow council members to ask questions. In addition to having both schools, the importance of having a middle school in Superior, I think, is critically important just for the identity of the community. And, having all the kids in Superior go to either Superior Elementary and Eldo, and then having them all kind of funnel into a central middle school, regardless of how it's drawn right now, I think is really important for just the continuity of the experience that these kids have. I went to a school where my best friend from this day is a kid I played baseball with, went to elementary school together with in 4th grade. Having these kids graduate with the kids that they went to 1st grade with, kindergarten with, you really can't you can't understate the importance of that. And I know we have open enrollment and people are making personal decisions about what makes sense for them, but to have a community have a kind of cohesive, consistent plan where the kids are either going to go, they're either going to walk to one school or they're going to walk to the other school, and they're all going to go to middle school in this community. And then they're going to funnel off to Monarch for high school or to Fairview or wherever they're going to open enroll. I just think that makes such an impact. And, drawing this area and looking at it as a region, I think does a disservice for the students in Superior. We are a 4 square mile community. We are a unique community, and I just don't want us to be kind of lumped in together in this decision. We're not Boulder, right?
Yep.
And I don't know how many elementary schools are in Boulder. 10, 12?
We've got 34 across.
Yeah.
So between
we have
Lafayette,
2, right?
Yep.
And a community that has 10, 15, 20 schools can absorb the loss of 1, 2 schools way more than a community that only has 2 schools.
I would ask that as we move forward in this process, we expect to hear a lot of, yes, you need to make changes, but just don't touch my school. I would expect that at every presentation that I go to. Think about the student experience that you would want us to provide. And let that kind of just lead some of the work we do. We need people to think a little higher level and then work with us as we plan options. But what I just heard, a lot of that is don't touch our 2 schools.
Well, I think it's in fairness, let us fight a fair fight.
Yeah.
Let our students actually go to our schools.
Yep.
And then talk about what the adjustments need to be made.
And I hear that, and we will make sure as we're working through the engagement, we do that. So.
All right, I'll open it up for additional questions.
Yeah, I have to run, so I'm going to ask this question quickly and apologize because I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all the data that's gone into this. I'm a parent of 2 kids that went all the way from kindergarten through high school, Superior Elementary, Eldo Middle School, Monarch. My daughter just graduated a year ago from Monarch, and she's off in college right now. So these schools, much to Mark's point, have been a fabric of our family from when we moved here. But I also know about these demographic issues firsthand. I grew up in Arvada. The school I graduated just closed 2 years ago. for the exact same reason. Demographics are shifting and the schools can't adjust very quickly because it takes a lot of money to move a school. But my real question right now, amongst everything else, and there's going to be a lot of more questions from my colleagues here. So slide 11 shows 27% of the Louisville Superior residents are now open enrolling out, up from 18% in 2018. I witnessed this firsthand. My daughter graduated fifth grade in 2019 from Superior Elementary, and only about a third of her class actually went to Eldo Middle. The rest of them went to Southern Hills, Summit, Monarch Middle, LMS, Peak to Peak. So the trend is going in the wrong direction and accelerating, where Colorado law is what it is. You can't prevent a family from open enrolling out if there's space elsewhere. But what I want to understand is what specific programming or operational changes are being planned for Superior and Eldo specifically, not just district-wide, to make the school as attractive as a family's first choice rather than a fallback. If you think about Heatherwood in the STEAM program, it's mentioned as a success story in slide 16, is something like that even being considered for Eldo to try to drive up the numbers where people are clearly opting out of sending their kids there?
Yeah, and I think that's the reason we're setting up this engagement process and listening first. So we want to understand what the community values, and that could be a value that we hear.
All right, okay, I wonder about time, right? Because you have a very aggressive schedule back there, but by November, the decisions are made, and some of these things take time to sort of implement and test and see if they're going to attain, retract, and make people want to go.
Right. So there's one, and when I look at 73% attending their own neighborhood school, that's a little above district average. District average is about 30% open and roll out. So we're above that. Now, what I would say, Heatherwood was a different case. Heatherwood sits geographically kind of over by itself. It's kind of right on the border of another district. And we felt there it was a good test to see if we can pull more out of district open enrollment in. Because they're like a lot of these other schools, they don't have the number of resident students they need to have a thriving student experience. So that's what we have to look at. If we were to put a program somewhere, where are we going to pull in students? Because right now, as I've went through, we don't have enough resident students to support all of the schools. So how do we look at that differently? But that would be part of that engagement process through the structures that we define here in the coming weeks when we send that out.
No, I appreciate that. And given where I live geographically, Monarch K8 is actually closer to my home than Eldo K5, K8. And one of my neighbors is here, and they make the decision just on geographics to go to the Monarch school because we haven't created a compelling reason to, because the buses don't serve, so if there's no bus and your kids are being driven, then you're just going to go to the one that's the closest, right? And it does create a very awkward neighborhood where you got 3 kids living on the same street that go to 3 different schools. And I'm all for doing everything we can, but it's got to be looked at in the contextual of logistics. How do the kids come and go from the school? What's the easiest path? It's actually a heck of a lot easier to get to Monarch K5 from my house than it is to Eldo because of so many things. The bus was there when my kids were going there. The bus isn't there anymore. So that logistic piece of it went away. So Monarch K5 suddenly became way more attractive for a lot of families.
Are you talking the area north of Colton Road?
I am.
That bus is back.
Well, not north of Colton, north of Rock Creek. So
Yes,
there was a
yeah,
middle
sorry.
school bus that serviced Eldo that went away. Either way.
Yeah, those buses are now, that route is now back. We had a driver shortage. We had to pull some back, but that is now
But
back.
those are the macro factors that a lot of parents are looking at. Like what school has the most resources and amenities and plans for my kids, but at the same time, what's also easier to get to logistically. And that's where this becomes a very difficult Jenga puzzle. I get it. But there's a lot that I don't know that has been done in terms of making our homeschool super attractive or competitive. And I hope that is contextually included prior to making any hard decisions on what should stay open and what shouldn't. Thank you.
I will say your educators and our building leaders have made these schools attractive. As somebody mentioned, very high-performing schools, like a lot of many schools in Boulder Valley.
Additional questions from council? All right. Jen?
Yeah, I have a question. And my takeaway from this are that there's several factors, right? The declining birth rate, aging, housing. Are you aware of any models or anything you've seen that would show timing or turnaround, or like how do you address? I mean, they're huge problems. Yeah. And the aging, what is it, like by 2050, we're going to have like a 200% increase in seniors in Colorado. So I'm just wondering what kind of models or any historic, some of this is unprecedented, it feels like, so maybe there's not historical data on it, but, you know, when a community gets to this point, and if you've done all the things for the schools that you can do internally, what does a time frame look like to try to shift something like this?
We have studied this for many, many years now, and we are not seeing shifts, right? We used to see these neighborhoods that would turn over, and we're not seeing them turn over. I mean, the housing, as most of us know, we move in when it was affordable. We have low interest rates, and now we can't go anywhere because it's not affordable and interest rates are higher. We used to see houses with 3 or 4 kids in the front yard playing, and now there's maybe 1 or 2 kids. The yields, and I hate to say it that way, but the yields that we're even seeing from new construction are a quarter of what they used to be. So the numbers that we use on planning, et cetera, are just totally off in our estimates, et cetera. So, I have to think that's high cost of living, right? Now you have 2 working parents that they're waiting longer to have children, and then they're having fewer children. But we are not seeing any really significant changes across the country. And that is what is concerning to us. And, you know, again, we've spent a lot of time trying to really change the enrollment trajectories by encouraging more out of district. Right now, we have the largest out of district enrollment that we've ever seen. And mainly is because we have space in our buildings. The problem is it's still not enough. So.
And I saw something in there about new attendance boundaries that was an attempt to shift things. Right. Can you just give some background, like what was the intended impact and what actually happened? So
where we looked there, we had some areas where schools had more resident students than their school could actually hold, even though open enrollment pulls some of those kids out. So we shifted enrollment from one attendance boundary to another. And then community connections became important. Walking and biking school became important. Our board had set some goals and board policy for that. But we looked at the entire district when we looked at those attendance boundaries, including Louisville and Superior. Louisville and Superior, as we talked about, some of the challenges with if you pull students from one school, you hurt that school by helping another school. This is really not about 2 schools against each other, right? This is how we work together as a community to provide the best schools in BVSD.
I just wanted to ask you, not a doomsday question, but let's say November comes time frame and you have decisions made. What is your target date if you were to close the school? How many years out would that be?
So if the board takes action, that would be in August of 27. So they would take action in the fall. And then we would start working with the impacted families for that following fall.
So it would essentially be 1 year then, correct?
1 year. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All of you, obviously you guys are here for this. I invite you to stay for the Planning Commission's presentation on the comprehensive plan. That is very, very important to where this is going. We've got a situation in this town, like a lot of towns have, where we have an aging population that can't move out of their homes because there is no inventory for senior housing in which they can stay in this town. We have no affordable housing. And I'm not talking about, you know, tenement housing. I'm talking about like something that middle income families can afford who have small children that can repopulate the schools. This is a vicious cycle we're going through right now. We don't have the inventory. And every time we have a developer come up with an idea, we get hit with it. We love our open space, go away, don't touch it. That's choking us off. You know, we've gotten emails from people saying, I love my open space, and at the same time, keep our schools open. Those don't click with each other. It has to be, we have to have smart planning, smart development. So I really impress upon you, please stick around for that later on in the evening. I think it'll give you guys a really good idea of where we're headed and just measurements we can do to keep our town afloat. But thank you for your presentation.
Heather?
Thank you, Rob, for your presentation or being the one who gets to share the message with us. Appreciate the fact that it's been a process over 4 years, because obviously some of us who have graduated out of the school system, I think I was trying to think back, spent 12 years at El Dorado K-8 and then moved to Monarch as well and spent many years there as well, believe so much in our school system that obviously saying exactly what we all know makes our community what it is. I was going to ask about the boundaries because I think it is something that we've discussed even in the past, just as a council up here, and how we can better, support our families to kind of stay local and get to know their neighbors. But But really no other questions for you other than appreciate the thoughtfulness. Anything we can do as a community, please let us know. Because I think it is something that we are taking very seriously. It is something that whether you have a child in that school or not, you still believe in, and I want to do whatever we can to support. Because there are so many businesses and community members who, you know, take care of other people's kids on you know, after school and before school that are going to be affected by this. So appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I don't have much to add, just want to thank you again for the presentation, really appreciate it. This has been top of mind for me after going to the Economic Summit. I mentioned this in my comments at the last meeting, just about this population shift, the natural decline. I know in 2047, Colorado is going to be flipped and we're going to have more deaths than births, so I know it's a very real problem. Like I said, not much to add, but I would reiterate what Mayor Lesa said about looking at those boundaries. I know you're going to be looking at every possible option, but that's an important one, I think. Especially I know that you're focused on the student experience, and I can't underscore that enough, but I think part of that student experience is being able to attend our neighborhood schools. And to Mayor Lesa's point, you know, we only have 2. And it is really devastating if we lose any one of them. So whatever we can do to look at those boundaries to keep both of those open would be much appreciated. Okay. So thank you.
Ditto.
All right. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. I'm going to open it up for public comment. Do we have a sign-in sheet for this? All right, if you'd like to give public comment here, we do have a sign-in sheet. We'll call you in the order in which you sign up.
I have Ellen Baruch.
Hi, Ellen Baruch. My husband and I have lived in Superior for 18 years and 6 years, respectively. We have a 2-year-old daughter and another one on the way. And we moved into a single-family home right behind Superior Elementary. And we didn't move there for the honey oak, you know, we moved there really for the community. And I just want to emphasize, thank you, Mayor Lasis, for your comments, because I envy that, being able to walk your child to school. And the community feeling. On our cul-de-sac alone, the 2 homes that have sold this past year were sold to single families as well, or single family homes have moved into there. And 2 doors down, we have 3 kids, will be 2, and then another family with 2 young kids all around too. So it's just incredible to have that feeling in our basketball hoop outside. So I think, thank you for the presentation, and just a comment about what we can do to forecast students who, you know, obviously our children and those on my block aren't included in that census yet. So what we can do to collaborate with either Louisville or BVSD to look at those numbers and perhaps to see a turnaround after the fires or with the new builds. I have a lot of mom friends putting their kids down now who I'd like to also have their voices heard. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Leo Rowan.
Somebody else signed up for this? That boy?
Hi, I'm Leah Rowan. I've been a resident in Superior since 2017, and I have 2 children who will miss the window of this, but I've spent a lot of time walking to both of these schools that we're discussing. We started at Eldo and moved to Superior Elementary just after we finally purchased a house, and it was walking distance. So it wasn't a choice that was based on the school. It was based on the fact that I never got to walk to school with my parents. And that meant a lot to us because we had children because we like them most days. But I was up with my 14-year-old this morning at 3:30 in the morning getting her to Marine Lab today. I was ready to go to bed. But there's a lot of lines being thrown about that are kind of frustrating. And so I drove down here. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your thoughtful input. Some of the things that you guys said were the lines that I did like that we are not surrounded by construction and open spaces and hospitals. We're surrounded, both these schools, by neighborhoods. And our community is incredibly engaged. And I think that is in alignment with what the district has said today. They're interested in fostering, so I think those are really good points. And the practical boundary issue, I think, is a really good point. I think Justin Livingston, who I don't see here, but I hope he hears my voice, put that 2-word quip in my brain, because they don't seem very practical at the moment. They were from a bygone era. But a couple things that jumped out to me tonight were that this looking at the problem started in 2021 when both these towns almost burnt to the ground. And so I feel like the numbers are probably not reflective of a trend as much as like maybe a natural disaster. And I feel like that is something that should be taken into consideration. And that BVSD made decisions that affected El Dorado negatively at times. And that might have also contributed to it. I just feel like, I know we're supposed to be using honey because it's better than vinegar, but this seems like kicking a dog when it's down, and it seems elitist, and it feels like this end of the school district is ignored, or we get administrators that other schools are trying to get rid of, or we let those administrators kind of take over a school and set them back. And, when my kids make a mistake, I have them own up to it and try and make things better. And I don't hear that here. This is not NIMBYism. It's looking at, a confluence of events, not the least of which El Dorado, where my children don't go now, but El Dorado lost their principal 2 days before the pandemic because BVSD chose to put that person in a position of power. And those things all compound over time, and to kind of brush off the weight of the thousands of people who are investing and moving into downtown Superior, original town Superior, Reliance, we have the numbers, and it's not a us versus them in terms of Louisville. It just seems like there could be a balancing without completely crushing communities in the process. And I do think that that's something that would really happen here. I mean, we do walk our kids. We do go show up. We do raise funds when we have shortfalls. And I would just really encourage BVSD to kind of take the spirit in which I want this to sound and understand that it's not people just throwing their hands up and not wanting to be a part of the solving of the problem. We have excellent educators, excellent parental engagement, and kids like to come here from other places because of it. But we don't have a balanced boundary drawing at all, and it's not reflective of the actual amount of children in this town who should be represented in an elementary setting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Elaine Richards.
Hi. I'm Elaine Richards. I am, relative to everybody else, a much newer resident Superior. We've been there about 3 years. We moved from New Jersey. Mark, you and I are from the same hometown.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I know your brother.
Parsippany?
Yeah.
Really?
Went to the same
Where'd you go to high
schools.
school?
Parsippany Hills.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
We got to talk.
Steve Basil and I
Vikings.
went to prom together. Anyway, sorry, Steve. Anyway,
When did you
neither here
graduate?
nor there. What's that?
When did you graduate?
A while ago.
I was in 97, so.
I'm a little older than you.
Okay.
Anyway, this is not where I wanted this to go. So listen, I have a fourth grader at SES, so this will also sort of not be directly in my wheelhouse. But I will say this, like so many families, we're here, we're in BVSD, we're at Superior because of what we were looking for, I think similar to everybody else here. What I would ask the district to look at as you make considerations, and I get that it's a very hard problem, and at the end of the day, a lot of people won't be happy no matter what. But listen, I run software companies for a living. Actually, I'm a DU professor now, but I used to run software companies for a living. And I ask us to take a performance-based approach at looking at this. And you have schools that work with excellent staffs and excellent scores and excellent students and excellent student success. And I don't know enough about all the schools in the district, but I would imagine there is some amount of unevenness. And I would ask you to take a performance-based look at this and say, it's interesting to me that you're showing population of children based on boundary lines, but not how many actual kids are enrolled at these schools. There are 440, 50 students at SES today, right? 3 rounds in every grade, because those children are zoned for there, choose to go there, whatever. That to me is a huge sign of success that is not represented by population numbers. So there is something about this school that is working. So rather than I don't know what kind of equity, I'm pro-equity, but I don't really understand what you're saying when you're saying we need equity, because equity for what? But please keep in mind there are models that work, and in the interest of some equity, to toss out things that work seems like it would be a mistake. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Go Parsippany. Anybody else? Anybody else like to give public comment?
My name is Carolyn Gleason, and I've been a resident in Superior for 15 years, and we have 2 children in Eldo, and I am so thankful for the leadership team that's there. We've been talking a lot about demographics, and demographics are given, and we can talk about shifting lines and things, but what approach is BVSD taking around creative approaches to staffing those schools, to supporting those schools? I'm a fundraiser by trade. What are we doing for fundraising to support the fact that demographics are going to be what they are, but how can we as a community support the schools that are part of our community through creative ways? And it could be because we're sharing a lot of data here and trying to get a lot of us up to speed on what things are happening, but I did not hear any creativity. And for a community that has so many intelligent people and parents that are so dedicated, and dedicated in ways that they can serve not just from a volunteer standpoint, not just from a philanthropic standpoint, but really wanting to be partners in this conversation, it blows my mind to think that you could collect enough information and to make decisions in the timeline that's been proposed with actually exploring those creative options. It scares me as a resident to hear that you could potentially make a decision next August that would impact my family the following August. That is a long-term decision that we had made to live here and why we choose to engage in this community. And I understand that the district and we all are in this together, but that timeline to gain feedback and to make decisions for a year-round activity feels foolish to me. And I know that we all have the best of intentions and that we need to take action, but I just beg us to really pause and step back to think about how creatively we can come together to solve these issues, not just looking at the demographics. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, everyone. My name's Emily. I've lived here for 16 years, and I just want to thank you for your presentation. I do appreciate the spirit of listening that I hear. This doesn't sound like it's predetermined, and I think we're all here tonight because we care, and I know you're delivering the bad news, and it's certainly not your fault. I have a couple notes I'm going to reference just so I hit a couple points. Like many of you, my husband and I picked our home and our neighborhood for the school. We looked all over this area. We looked in Lafayette, we looked in Erie, we looked in Broomfield, and every time, we didn't even have kids, we said, yeah, but the schools in Superior are the best. And I know many of you can identify with that. It turns out our neighbors picked their house after they interviewed the principals, and they picked exactly where to live, and they chose very well. As you know, Superior Elementary is a blue ribbon school. That's where my son goes. It's our neighborhood school, so we just lucked into this incredible opportunity he has. And now as he goes through SES, we see this is a really incredible place. This is a place that the rest of the district looks at and says, yep, they're doing something good. We need to learn from it. And I know that, we have friends at El Dorado. I haven't experienced El Dorado, but there's a lot of great things happening here. There's a lot of reasons that people choose Superior, and it really contributes to the fabric of this town. One thing that I especially want to call out is we think about, well, what if we had to have a K2 and a 3-5? One of my son's favorite experiences is getting to collaborate with a 4th grade class. He's in 1st grade. He has a 4th grade buddy. And I think that's something really special that they get to do that would change if you had to break up the ages. So I'd like to just comment on that. I also, as I was thinking about, well, what could you do? I had a chance to see some slides that were shared elsewhere, and I thought, I could imagine that they might just want to condense the two. And I don't know that you could keep the same experience that we have at SES if you just poured another half a school into it. And I know that that's a very crass way to look at it, but there is a quality to the experience that would be lost by overfilling it. And Superior Elementary is already at 93% capacity. There are not a lot of extra seats in that school to be filled. And I know certainly we'd be here for a different meeting if we decide we should just have trailers because we overfilled the school, which is not what you're suggesting. But I do think it makes a lot of sense to look at the boundary lines. Why are the kids on Reliance Circle not included in going to SES? Why are we not including Old Town, downtown Superior, all the things that our council already mentioned? So I would especially request that we redraw the boundaries to keep students in Superior schools. I also can't speak to this firsthand, but I know there have been changes at El Dorado, and I know there maybe has been different opinions about what's happening there. And as an outsider, I can tell you I've been hearing positive things about the changes that have taken place, but it's early. I don't know where I'll send my kid for middle school, but I would like to get a sense of, well, what's changing? How's it going? Which way should we go? And I just would request enough time to see some of those really thoughtful, expensive decisions given time to play out. I also have a friend who couldn't be here tonight whose son was just accepted into preschool at El Dorado, and that is a really valuable resource that hasn't been mentioned yet. We don't have another preschool here in Superior, and I know, especially with the new, what is it called, where the state pays part of your preschool tuition. It's not the Colorado preschool program, it's the other one I can't think of. Universal Pre-K. That's starting to really open up some options for families to save money on childcare, and my daughter's on the list to get into El Dorado because that would save us a lot of money and that would really help fill the school. Probably not entirely, but it's a consideration that we have a preschool here, and it's really the only preschool in Superior that's part of the school district. And for our students with special needs, for our families that want to take care of, taking advantage of resources that are available to them, for our families that want to walk their kids to school, that's really valuable. Certainly Monarch is nearby, and it's close to our house. We have a neighbor that goes there. I would be curious how traffic would change with the new developments at Red Tail Ridge and how that would also impact the morning and afternoon commute, which is already kind of a significant thing. It's not always a great time to go to the doctor when school gets out because the congestion, that road is not built for an increased capacity at that school. I really think we need to, and that's not just right now, but we also need to think about if our town is developing, what new things are coming in, how are we looking at the traffic patterns? And then to go off Carolyn's point of creativity, I just want to throw out another even broader idea, certainly not one that's going to happen in the next year, but what other options are there? Can we look at, we've got this increasing senior population. There are models in Europe where they have seniors and kids in the same facility. And I know that is way outside the scope of a traditional school district operating plan, but I think it's worth considering as a society what other ways we can take advantage of our resources. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Holly Richardson. I have a 5th grader and a 3rd grader at Superior Elementary. I'm also very pleased to serve as our district accountability committee rep. I also used to serve on the park committee for the town. I'm somebody who really likes to volunteer. I like how much community engagement there is in this town. So in the spirit of how can Superior support BVSD in this process, I would encourage you to please be considerate and in creative of can you get our Student Youth Leadership Council to offer childcare during these community meetings so that more families can come out and participate in it. Can some of our seniors, I know we've done a lot in our senior programming recently, would some of those seniors be willing to come play board games and hang out with the kids so that more families can be in? I also encourage both BVSD and Superior to consider the timing of these community engagement meetings. Evenings are wonderful for us that now I trust my kids to be home alone for an hour or two, but there's many families where the childcare is a constraint to wanting to come to these meetings and we know that they want to be here. So Saturday mornings, middays, a Wednesday morning, can we get creative about the timing so that we are getting the breadth of input that we want? And how can the town be supportive and creative and utilizing all of the amazing volunteerism that we have in our community to support the input process? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, I'm Amy Witzel. I'm a resident of Superior and a renter. When my husband and I moved here in 2021, we could not afford to buy in Superior, but we love it. And so we're continuing to rent. I have a 2nd grader at SES and a freshman at Monarch High School. And I just wanted to speak to the traffic infrastructure at Monarch High School and middle school. That road is absolutely not adequate. Drop off and pick up is a nightmare. And when the schools closed before Christmas break because of the risk of fire, it made total sense to me because I had no idea how I was going to get my high schooler and be able to evacuate town in time in the event of a wildfire. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Rachel. I have twin 6-year-olds who just started kindergarten at SES after almost 3 full years of pre-K at Eldo and a 4-year-old who is in pre-K at Monarch. So I have experience with all of the neighborhood schools. We moved here when my girls were 3 and like many others have said, chose our house very much looking at walking to Superior Elementary as being our experience for these core years of our kids' lives. And this year was like we were, 2/3 of the way there. We're so close. And I guess just from like a personal perspective, it has been so destabilizing to get these updates and to feel the rug pulled out from under us. And, when we moved here, sorry, I'm getting emotional. We trusted town council, we trusted BVSD. I'm someone who, wants to be involved, but I have 3 little ones at home. I have to trust people to take care of us. And that is not how it feels right now. So I know these are really hard decisions that everyone needs to make, but please know that there are people who are counting on you to take care of us and to make sure that we can live the lives that we came here for.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Lasker.
Hi, I'm Johnny Lasker. I moved here in 2013. Both of my kids went to El Dorado all the way, like K through 8. It was really good. I didn't plan to talk tonight, but I'm here, and you guys got me fired up. One thing I was going to say is, so my son is he's at Monarch now, and they always start the marching band season with, the district gives us about $1,000, but we need about 100 to do this marching band thing. So do they just say, let's not do it? No, we raise money. Yesterday actually, not even for the marching band, for the Winter Guard, we were doing stuff. Week before it was Monarch Indoor Percussion, and then all through the season where everyone pulls together, the families pull together, money appears. And this is a program that gets second place, third place at state. I mean, not just surviving, but thriving. And I just feel like we are a creative community. We're feeding into this important just values that it starts somewhere. And we don't have, I love CU, I went to CU. I mean, that's an awesome foundational thing for a town, but we don't have it. We've got our families, we've got our vibe, our community. And if we lose a school, it's a big cut into that. I mean, why are people wanting to come here? They're coming here for this community feeling. There's obviously a lot of cool stuff that's happening, but I think it starts with, I want to bring my family here. I want to raise my family here. And so if we're cutting out options for doing that, it's going to take a big bite out of what this town is.
Thanks. Thank you for your comments. All right, anybody else in council room like to make public comment? All right, seeing none, I'm going to turn to Zoom, and Megan, wait.
Okay. Oh, I have to start my video.
You don't have to, but you can.
Okay. I'm not really video ready. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. So I would be devastated if we lost Superior because I love it so much. So I'm just going to throw out a bunch of different ideas on, I'm not saying one is better than the other, but everything I can think of to try to recruit more students. So first off, I think that, like Emily was saying, that preschool is a big source of students that we're not capitalizing on. I know that most of our, my kids' classmates stayed at the daycare they were at. That's money that's going to private daycares as opposed to going to the school. I don't know if there's anything we can do in terms of that, like universal pre-K funding, if we could just have it at public schools as opposed to private daycares, or if we could just make it a way that if we had a preschool added to Superior, that you make a smoother transition. Maybe you have an older buddy in like the 3rd grade class, and so you already have friends there. You give like ways of making it ideal to have the preschool at that school. Other things we could do, we could create one unique school to attract other students to come, like a Spanish immersion school, a magnet or gifted school, engineering school, something unique that would get people from outside of the BVSD. We could try using that part of the space. I know like El Dorado is a really big school. Maybe we could dedicate some of the school to a daycare that they could rent out, or potentially continuing continuing education classes. So maybe they could rent out that space, which would help give us more resources for our teachers. We could make like SES, the elementary school, El Dorado, the middle school, and then Monarch one big high school for both Louisville and Superior, and then that's where everybody mixes. We could consider a foreign exchange program just to get more people coming in and out. And then I know that we have the affordable housing for the 65 plus that we're working on down in Superior. It doesn't sound like we need more 65 plus. It seems like we need some younger families in our community. So maybe, I don't know if we could reallocate that to local teachers, firefighters, local residents that have younger students and offer that as an option for affordable housing. So those are just ideas, just, you know, some better than others, but just wanted to throw it out there.
All right, thank you for your comments. Brad Walker?
evening, Mark. Can you hear me?
Very loudly.
I can turn that down. How about now? Is it a little bit better?
Much better.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I'm stuck remotely. Airplanes on the ground, and so I figured I would attend and watch. You know, life has taught me, fighting the airport battle the last few years, last 8 years, 10 years, it's taught me some interesting things about BVSD, leadership, town council, constituents' expectations, and the difficult job that BVSD and those of you on the council have to do. Previously, I've spoken very much, quite often, about leadership. And let's cut to the chase. Let's be honest. Schools are closing in BVSD, unfortunately. My kids started at BVSD. Our youngest graduates this year from Monarch High School. I've raised tens of thousands of dollars for El Dorado using my aviation connections. You're aware of that. But at the end of the day, town council is a business. Maybe it's a political business, but it's a business. BVSD, they're running a business. And I've said this in the past, I've grown up from living the American dream and see it for really what it is. What the town council has shown over the years is a poor lack of leadership. And as a result, the chickens are coming home to roost. I think the fact that the citizens, this year marks the first year that there is an outflow of population out of Colorado. Housing is extremely expensive. The taxes are really high around here. As one of the speakers said during the public comment session, we're over budget on the South Pool. The point is that people don't really like what you're selling at the town council anymore. And the same can be said for BVSD. And as a result, your customers are actually leaving and going away. That's a difficult and a very hard spot to be in for BVSD as well as the council. And it just reflects poor leadership on both sides. I don't know how you put the genie back in the bottle. It's going to be a very difficult situation to do. The town of Superior is 40% renters, and that makes sense. Why would I sell my house when I can just rent it out and move somewhere else and let the renters pay for the mortgage? And you're starting to see that. And the point is when you fail to pay attention to your taxpayers and your customers, they leave, and then you're in a bad situation. Some schools are going to close. We all know that. And I hope that the impact is minimal to the community. Like I said, I've been very much involved over the years with our local schools, and it's going to be emotional, and it's going to be painful, and it's going to hurt. But at the end of the day, BVSD is a business, and they have to run it like a business. And like I've said previously at other council meetings, I think this just goes to the fact that the council as well as BVSD have lost track of who their customer is, and their customers are going away. So now you're in a situation where you have to make very difficult decisions, and I certainly don't envy that for anybody. And there's going to be some emotional toll that's taken as a result of that. You folks have a good week, and I'll see you next week.
All right, thank you for your comments. Ryan Hitzler?
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to simply echo Councilmember Serbu's comment about building more housing and affordable housing in the city districts, in the city boundaries. I was relating a story when we were seeing the Zahara's presentation about a friend of my son's who is an ex-Marine. He's a single dad. He moved here from Florida, and he rented in by the mall, and then that got too expensive, so he's now renting in Westminster and commutes in to Monarch as a middle schooler. That just goes to show how expensive. He works 2 jobs. He has a side business and a primary business, or primary job, and it's just very expensive to live here. And when we moved here in 2012, we moved to South Rock Creek in a starter home, and could just barely get by on purchasing it. And we came here for the schools, and it's really disheartening to see when we get a affordable housing presentation like Zahara's get shot down without kind of consideration of this issue. It's very hard to then kind of consider how to solve it other than just more people to fill the school capacities. So I highly encourage, like Jason said, everyone stick around for the planning discussion. Maybe rethink your position on that if you were against more housing in the town of Superior, and let's figure out how to bring more people in, because I don't really see another way to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Shiv Sharma?
Hello. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for having me. Just wanted to make 2 comments, really. There's a lot of anxiety, right? As parents of kids living in Superior, I really wish and recommend to BVSD to use this engagement period, albeit a very short one, to kind of focus on, the anxiety of us parents and kids. We all want what's good for the kids, right? If we can break down, and if BVSD can help us break down what this means at the school level, whether it's El Dorado, Superior, or Monarch, that will certainly help the conversation. The other point that I have is, like I mentioned, this is not just an emotional discussion, it's an economic one, it's a practical one. I would really highlight what Superior is doing right and what we can learn from that school. At 93% capacity, that is a blue ribbon school, and that's drawing a lot of kids and a lot of parents. And I'd like to learn from BVSD during this engagement period what Superior does right and how we can translate that good that Superior is doing across to El Dorado and Monarch, so that we can kind of have a overall Superior school district that's attracting people from all over. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. And last but not least, Nathan Reichner.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Sorry if I'm a little nervous. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to speak tonight. I wanted to be there in person, but unfortunately my oldest son was sick with croup, and we had a scare last night, so I only got a few hours of sleep. But this issue is important to me, so I wanted to do my best to say a few things. My son goes to Superior Elementary. He's in 1st grade. We went to the open enrollment when he was in kindergarten, and we interviewed all the principals, and we were really impressed with the Superior Elementary principal, and we live within walking distance of Superior, so it only made sense for us to attend there. When we first moved here, we lived in Bell Flatirons, and before we purchased our home in Superior. And one of the things I noticed was that Bell Flatirons, all the kids were riding a bus out of town, and it didn't really make sense to me because there's a school within walking distance that they could walk to, and even El Dorado was closer than the other school that they're currently assigned to, and it didn't really make sense to me, and it turned out not to be a problem since we ended up buying our home in Summit. So I will tell you that the reason we purchased in Summit is one of the large reasons was specifically for the school districts in Superior, or the schools in Superior, whether it be El Dorado and their Superior Elementary. We were impressed with both schools, and even if we couldn't go to Superior Elementary during the open enrollment process, we definitely would have went to El Dorado and planned to send our children to El Dorado for middle school. But I also wanted to echo on the boundaries concern. It was in my opinion that they do seem a bit dated. It doesn't really make sense to have kids, be bussed out of town to a school that's 2 miles away when, there's schools within walking distance and bike riding distance, even with El Dorado. And we have green space paths throughout town that even in Bell, like they could won't even have to cross some of the roads. Like they could just go straight on these green paths. Like there's a tunnel that goes underneath Rock Creek Parkway, and they could go through that tunnel and through Community Park all the way to Superior, or they can there's paths to get to El Dorado as well. It doesn't make sense why we're busing them out of town. But I won't go into that too much. I just wanted to say the mayor covered a lot of the points that I was going to bring up, and some of the other residents. I know there's some comments about the pools and spending. I just want to say that I disagree heavily with some of the other comments regarding decisions made by the council. I think the council has been doing a great job addressing concerns of the residents, and just the comments regarding the South Pool. That was put up for a ballot measure, and majority of the residents voted to pass a sales tax increase to pay for that pool. So this wasn't just a decision by the council. This is something the residents wanted as well. I could understand it's over budget. We've had tariffs and inflation, and cost of living has gone up substantially. There's going to be some problems with that, but I just wanted to say that I absolutely love Superior Elementary, and my son loves it, and he enjoys going there. He loves his teachers. He loves the principal, and I know a lot of us moved to Superior specifically for the schools. So I hope that you'll be think this over carefully and be prudent with this decision making. I love some of the ideas, creative ideas regarding with this, utilizing some of the school space for other purposes, like leasing out. If they have extra capacity, El Dorado, leasing out space for childcare or after school or different things. It's a great idea. I feel like there's some ideas that the district could consider that are outside the box that would might help utilize some of that empty space, including land outside the school, like open space on the school property might be able to be utilized for teacher housing and other things like that. So I won't go too much more. I'm a little nervous, and like I said, I didn't get much sleep last night, but I just wanted to say that I hope you'll think this over carefully, and I also believe that Superior kids should go within our boundaries. I don't think we have a shortage of kids in Superior. I think that we just need to redo the boundaries and look at some more creative options. But other than that, I just want to thank you for your time and your presentation today. And I appreciate you meeting with all of us.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, that concludes public comment. I want to just thank Rob for being here and Deanne as well. And we've got administrators, we've got teachers and principals and assistant principals here, and all the parents for being here. Those who spoke, those who were just here to show how much these schools matter to our community, these critically important neighborhood schools. We know that this is a really difficult discussion that you're going to have over the coming months, and we just hope that this made an impact to show how much this community really values these critically important schools for Superior. So thank you all, and we're moving right along to our next agenda item, which you're all welcome to stay for. It's discussion on agenda number 3, which is a project update on the South Pool sustainability update. So.
Thank you guys.
Sorry. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you know these. Go ahead, Jordan.
Good evening, everyone. Jordan Hayes, project manager. We are here tonight to give you a little update on South Pool, specifically on sustainability. There are some design updates at the end that we can get to if there's time, if you want to, or you're welcome to look at them yourselves and let us know if you have any questions. So we have Mary from BRS back again. So I'll just hand it over to her.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, you all as well. So we have an update on sustainability regarding the South Pool. I also have on Zoom tonight, Group 14, our sustainability consultant, and that's Anna McCullough who's joined us tonight. So if you have questions, she can help answer them. So I'm just gonna run through, together with Group 14, we analyzed options for heating the new pool. We've provided operating costs related to energy usage for all of those options, as well as just outlined other sustainable features that are planning to be included in the project. I also presented this to the ACES committee on February 12th, and we took a few questions from them as well that we have responses to share tonight for those two. So, along with providing a new pool that will have lots of fun new features, a new water slide and a new splash pad, we will be replacing, as you know, all of the pool equipment and piping, as it's definitely reached the end of its life cycle. Especially, as you may know, the sand filter has failed many times and won't last another pool season. So along with the new pool equipment, we have some really massive energy upgrades here. Replacing the filtration system, which has actually started already, that's ongoing now, so that will be complete by this coming season. We are moving to regenerative media filter, which gives about 90% in water savings from what you're using now. We have been using these on a lot of some of our larger rec center projects, and we have seen, they're bigger pools, but we've seen 1 million gallons saved at those projects that have switched to this filtration system. Replacing the pool heater, your current gas boiler is probably at 50% efficiency. Going with a new one, standard would be about 85% efficiency, but we have incorporated in the budget and design here to go with a 97% high efficiency boiler.
And that will just give us the most energy savings we can get out of a new gas boiler. I will kind of go over other options for heating in a moment. Replacing the pool pumps, new modern pumps are much more efficient as well, so that will help. And then, not necessarily related to energy usage, but in terms of being environmentally friendly, we are changing to an AccuTab system with UV for the water sanitation, which means we will completely move away from liquid chlorine. For the site work with the new pool, we will be completely demolishing and replacing the concrete deck. The town, when this project goes out to bid, the town will put into the RFP that we are requiring all demolished concrete to be recycled at a concrete aggregate recycling facility. So that will be required of the contractor. We are also exploring options for the new concrete. It will be required to meet low embodied carbon limits. There are several products we're looking into, but at a minimum, it will have to meet low embodied carbon limits that we provide in our specifications. As you know, for the bathhouse, we are really trying to retain as much as possible. We're reusing a lot of the interior walls, and we are completely keeping the entire exterior and facade in place. So really kind of approaching this efficiently from a design perspective as well, doing the upgrades that we really need to do, but leaving a lot of it that's in good condition so that we're not replacing things unnecessarily. For the interior of the bathhouse renovation, all lighting upgrades will be LED, all plumbing fixture upgrades will of course be low flow and meet all current energy codes. We are replacing some lighting on the pool deck as well and adding LED lights to the new pool, which will all be LED, of course. So for overall building concepts, on the electrical side, the existing PV solar will be remaining in place, and we will discuss shortly about options there to increase that system. And for the lobby, we've found that the ceiling and light fixtures in the main lobby are in perfectly good condition, so we're going to be saving all of that and reusing it. Mechanical and plumbing, we're not adding any heating and cooling to this building, unlike the North Pool. We will be using electric unit for our domestic hot water heater. We were asked by ACES if that could be a heat pump instead of electric resistance. However, the heat pump does take up more space, and the pool mechanical room is very tight on space as it is with the new equipment. So unfortunately, we don't have space in that room for the heat pump unless we were to expand the footprint of the building, which we have been trying not to do in this design and don't plan on doing. Overall, as well, our firm and our consultants, as a best practice, require EPD submittals from our contractor. This will also be included in our specifications. And what that really means is there are certain products that can have lower carbon emissions, and we require the contractor they're limited to using those materials and products, and EPDs must be submitted to the design team for approval before it can be installed. It's kind of how we enforce that. So for the pool heating, obviously a massive user of energy in this project. The pool heaters are a very large piece of equipment. Group 14 did an analysis, a comparison of 3 systems, one being 100% electric, using electric heaters, 100% gas, using a condensing gas boiler, and then a combination of 70% of the load being electric and 30% being on the gas system. In this analysis, we are assuming the existing PV stays, so that's been factored into the energy analysis. We've also provided a 30-year projection with escalation to show what the operating costs would be over 30 years. Just to touch on the capital expenses that we're providing for these systems as well. For the electric heater, and you'll see this in more detail later, but it requires additional electrical work that will be a cost to the project. above just purchasing the heaters. We will have to upgrade the electrical service to the building from Excel. There will be fees for that. There will be additional panels, a step-down transformer, and additional connections required for that equipment as well. So when you see that cost for the electric heater, it incorporates all of those things. And for the gas heater, that is for the unit itself, the upfront cost, but it also includes installation, taxes, freight, and the warranty. So the prices we're giving for upgrade costs pretty all-inclusive to actually install the whole system. So this is our cost comparison of those heater options. So on the right is the different system type. We start with electric pool heaters at the top. These would be 2 units installed next to each other. The capital expense is $340,000 to $430,000 for that system. I will explain shortly why that's shown as a range. The annual operating cost at $36,000, and then the operating expense over 30 years of $711,000. Next, we have the condensing gas boiler. This is what is currently in the design plans. That is for 1 unit, also in the mechanical room. The capital expense of $183,000. The annual operating cost, that's in 2026 dollars, is $12,700, and then the operating expense 30-year projection of $250,000. And then last, we did that combination system where we'd be using electric heat for 70% of the load, and the balance would go to the gas boiler. That capital expense $416,000, $16,000 for annual operating costs, and the 30-year NPV at $318,000. And the operating expense for the annual is for the pool season to remain as it is now, May to early September. At the bottom, we also have existing. That is the operating expense based on the new pool size, if that helps with comparison. This page is essentially breaking down what those final costs are, how we got to those lump sums. So for the top, the electric pool heater, all those other things I spoke about, the step-down transformer, the fee from Excel are included here to show you how we got to those total costs. The Excel upgrade, the reason we're showing this as a range for the electric pool heater is we had to make some assumptions there. Excel passes on the fee to their customer if they have to add capacity to their system and upgrade their transformer. So we've kind of assumed a low and high range of that fee, as well as low and high of all the final electrical upgrades to the building, because that would get more exact once we actually have a design. And then the gas heater is just the lump sum. The combination, you can see it's not just as plain as adding the 2 together, because an electric heater in a combination system would get a little smaller in size. So considerations when using an electric heater, we want to kind of share experience and kind of case study we have heard about. In terms of energy efficiency and energy use, no, they are not using any natural gas at all. However, they're not necessarily considered to be energy efficient because of the massive electrical load that they do draw. Of course, we have the added costs we just spoke about to upsize the electrical distribution system, upfront costs being higher. However, we also would assume likely to have a higher maintenance cost over the life cycle of the heater. The heater rods inside of it do need replacement. They do tend to fail, and it has tended to be a very high maintenance system. So our aquatics designer, WTI, knows of a lot of electric pool heaters that have been used on pools due to they didn't have gas available on the site when they were building the pool, but they later added gas to the site and switched over to gas-fired systems just due to the maintenance of the electric heaters. Another type of heating, way to heat a pool, is with air source electric heat pumps. And so we want to go through some considerations here of why we did not include this in the energy analysis and are not recommending it for the South Pool. They are more efficient than electric heaters, which I just talked about are not very efficient at all.
about half the electrical load, so you'd have less cost as well. Relatively new technology being used on outdoor pools. They must be placed outside. These can't go inside a building. They also do not really operate under 50 degrees very well. They also do not operate at all under 40 degrees. So they are very sensitive to outdoor temperature. Because we do have a summer swim season here, not as big an issue, but if you were to use these and ever wanted to extend your season into earlier spring or fall and had those lower temperatures, they would stop working. A few case studies for these. A Piedmont, California pool, which is opening later this year, is going to be using these heat pumps. Mountain View, California also has a pool that opened last year that is using these electric heat pumps in conjunction with solar PV thermal hybrid system. That was about a $30 million project, and they did experience some construction delays related to these heat pumps. And then we have Carbondale, Colorado, which is going to be opening later this year. They are also using these heat pumps on their roof, about 6 of them. So that being said, putting them on a roof, we don't have that ability here on this project. They can be nice if it's new construction, where you can actually design the building structure to support the weight and put them on the roof. So as you can see here, they're very large. They're about 8 feet by 5 feet by 7 feet high. We would need about 600 square foot concrete pad on this site to accommodate those. We've also heard they are very loud, and we would need probably 4, maybe 5 to heat the south pool. Likely would be a disruption to nearby houses. We do know in a Menlo Park, California pool, they installed 5 of these, and they did have to apply for a noise variance because they were over the allowed noise limits at night because the houses nearby could hear it. So again, all of that sort of why we don't see this as a viable way to heat the pool for this particular project. And just to kind of share, this is a rendering of the Carbondale pool, and you can see those 6 rectangular boxes on the roof are those Big Bopper heating units, heat pumps. This is a photograph of the Mountain View, California pool. They went with the smaller type of heat pump, but when you go smaller, you have to have many more of them, so they have about 25 of them on their roof. So again, a big space issue, and also when you have that many, noise starts to become an issue again. And lastly, there is solo thermal heating, which we know has been used on pools in the past. However, of any that we're familiar with in Colorado that installed solar thermal heating to heat the pool water, they have deactivated all of those systems and switched to gas. There is a high chance of excessive heat buildup in the system. It's a very complex system, requires a ton of maintenance. On projects that have installed them, they usually have a dedicated staff person who's pretty much just maintaining the system all of the time. So again, really not something we saw as a productive or economical solution for Superior on this particular project. So just to summarize, what in our kind of professional recommendation is for sustainable items on this project, all of the building upgrades I mentioned to bring everything up to code and meet energy code. The low embodied carbon concrete, that will be huge because we do have a lot of concrete going in with the new pool deck and requiring the recycling of the demolished concrete. We are recommending the high efficiency gas boiler for the pool heating, the electric hot water heater for domestic, so that the pool heater is going to be the only thing that is using natural gas in this project. Also not in the scope of this project, but there is potential for additional PV solar on the site to increase even more what your utility savings could be there. And then under, as I've just said, what we do not recommend would be the electrical or solar thermal options for heating this pool, just due to the kind of intricacies of this being a renovation and knowing the budget of what we want to put into this project. So before I move into the aquatics update, I'll just ask if you have any questions on this. There were a few other questions from ACES I can also explain to you and answer, but any questions so far?
Any questions from council? No? I appreciate the recommendations
Sure.
so far and the thoughtfulness.
Sure. Just to a couple of things, Group 14 is going to do an analysis of that PV system. So we're going to calculate the new electrical load for the building, and then we'll get a first cost from the solar vendor to see what that would cost for the project, or not for this specific project, but could be done in the future, is expanding that system. So we'll get that cost together for you. Also, the question came up from ACES about a thermal pool cover, so that if you cover the pool every single night, it will significantly help with reducing heat loss that happens at night, especially at this site we know gets a lot of wind. So there's a lot of evaporation off the water surface. The upfront cost of that, I'm still working that out with a manufacturer. Without total verification of them, I think it would be in the $100,000 to $150,000 range for a thermal cover. Group 14 is going to do an analysis of what the energy savings of that would be over time and how long it would take to pay back the upfront cost of that cover. Anna, is there anything else you wanted to share as well?
Yeah, sure. This is Anna McCullough with Group 14 Engineering. So we did use the opportunity today that we had to run a couple of updates on the energy model to calculate the impact of the thermal cover. And we are anticipating anywhere from a 30 to 40% annual energy cost reduction to provide that thermal cover for the pool. So it could be significant, and we'll provide that full analysis for you all so you can see all the numbers together, but it is a significant improvement on the energy use on site.
That's also something that, if we didn't move forward with it now, that could be added at a later date, right?
Yeah.
Nothing would change with like the design of the.
No, it would be a
deck or anything
manual
like that.
cover, so we could always add that later. Because it's an operating question as well, right? Like you would need staff to cover the pool every single night and uncover it every single morning. And, I think staff would probably want to weigh in on that as well. But yes, something you would always add in the future.
And question for you, and does that analysis also include water loss and what it costs to replace the volume of water that's lost through evaporation without a cover?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we are calculating the energy used to heat the water, to pump the water, but we don't calculate the cost of the domestic cold water coming into the site.
Okay.
So we do take that evaporation into account as we are calculating, the cost to heat up that water that's coming in. But if you guys would like an analysis on the cost for that domestic cold water, we're happy to provide that as well.
I don't know what the town pays for its own water, so it might not be worth the extra headache to have Group 14 do that. But if as a professional you think we should include that in the analysis, great. But if you think that the water loss is a marginal loss, it's probably not worth it.
We've been losing water due to cracks and holes, not due to well, I'm sure
So
there's
we're
some
gonna have-
evaporation, but
Yeah.
that's where our water loss has been going. It's going into the ground.
But I think I'll be okay with the energy analysis. Yeah. Thank you.
Great.
Okay. Also, I have just an update to share, more on the fun side. We did provide in our packet all of the different. Yes, of course, you're right. Sustainability is very fun. The individual water features that we're planning for the leisure pool and the splash pad. I know you all have been provided with this packet, so I don't have to go through every single one of them unless you would like me to, or if you have any questions on any of them or concerns. Do you want me to run through it, or?
Why don't you run through it just really quick for the
Sure.
benefit of the public?
Absolutely. So each of these kind of red circles here is kind of one of these play water features. As you can see, mostly in the zero depth entry area, but also scattered around the new leisure pool. So I've kind of given an arrow to each of these where they'll be located. So over here in the zero depth entry, we'll have these spray arches. There are 6 of them in a row. They're kind of close together, really great for little kids. Also in that same area, we'll have geysers. We'll have 5 of these next to each other, varying heights, and these come straight up and down. We will also have a play structure within that beach entry area. This will have a toddler slide incorporated into it as well. That also gets a soft landing pad below it so they don't land on the concrete. This little guy is basically a little butterfly that shoots out water and sprays and very interactive. There will be 1 of those. We also have this twirl whirl, a little bit higher in height, very interactive. It spins around. All of these have, spray features to them. And then 1 aerial spinster, again, this is the highest feature and kind of also just has spray features. We tried to keep these features sort of off to one side so that there is area for younger kids who don't want to be splashed to still be in that zero depth entry area and not be amongst all of these play features as well. Also in the deeper side of the pool, in the 3'6" depth area, we will have 2 restorative sprays. These are kind of therapeutic. They can also be fun. 1 is fan-shaped and 1 is pointed. Then we also have your climbing wall, where we are reinstalling the existing climbing wall over by the lap lanes down here. And then for the splash pad, this theme kind of continues with the butterfly you just saw, has a bit of a garden outdoors themes to it. These little guys are called tulips that spray up from the ground. There will be several of those. We will have a straight up, which just sprays straight up out of the ground. 2 of those. These are ants built into the surface that spray water up from them. There will be about 9 of those total across the whole space. We will have 2 of these short little fun guys that are short, good for the smaller kids and toddler age. Then we have dewdrops. These are made to look like large, blades of grass that also have spinning and spraying features in them. The morning grass here as well, we'll have 1 of those. And then 2 large flower structures here. 1 is the corn poppy that sprays water down from it, and 1 is the aneth bloom that also has spray features in it as well. Those are the kind of tall features in the space. So we feel like it's a great range of small, short things, taller things, and we really like the theming of it. So do you have any questions on that? That kind of concludes my update for tonight.
So the theme is just a kind of natural environment, flowers, bugs, mushrooms,
grass.
Yep.
Yeah, and then it relates in the pool too. We've got the butterfly and the kind of fun features there. So kind of relate.
I like the thoughtfulness behind it, that we have a consistent theme, and I think people will appreciate that.
Great, and we plan to take some of the colors from these 2 and bring them into the interior of the bathhouse and the family changing room and the locker rooms and make those bright and colorful as well.
That's great.
Well, I just want to thank you and Group 14 for doing the extra analysis on sustainability. I know I was really pushing that the last time, so I just really thank you so much for all the extra work that you did to show us what the options are and what you evaluated. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no, happy to do it. I know it's a really important thing, and we like to make sure we're looking at everything closely as well. All right.
Others? Yeah, I'll just echo that and just say that, I appreciate the recommendations that you're making, and I'm totally comfortable moving forward with staff's recommendation on everything. And, when we look at kind of where the South Pool sits right now from how it's operating versus, where it will be, we're not going to the 100%, heat pumps or anything like that, but the sustainability upgrades that are going to be just built into this redesigned South Pool will be substantial. So
Absolutely.
I think we're moving in the right direction, and this is going to be a wonderful amenity for the community, and can't wait for it to get started.
Yeah.
And my other commentary is, I hope this analysis that Group 14 performed serves as kind of a new baseline for all new town facilities, because I do think it's important for the town to understand what our operating costs are going to be 30 years from now, to the extent that we can forecast them based on utility rates and all that kind of stuff. But going with the cheapest first cost system often leads to more expensive operating costs down the road for municipality. And so I really appreciate the 30-year look ahead and what that's going to look like so the town can plan accordingly. So thank you.
Great.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thanks for your hard work. All right, it is 8:24. Why don't we just get through the consent agenda and then take a break? So we've got the consent agenda, agendas 4A, B, C, D, and E. Can I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Got a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu. Second from Councilmember Foster. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller? Yes. Councilmember Cowish? Yes. Councilmember Craycraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Mayor Lasis?
Yes. All right, passes 6-0. All right, and let's take a break and be back at 8:30. Is that enough?
we were really missing America, and we were moving here. And I Googled, okay, we're not living in Boulder. That's way too expensive. And then we went around, and I was like, Chili Fest? Look at this, it's called Chili Fest. And I was like, let's go, that's where we're moving. And the 4th of July parade. I was like, look at this little town. And all these little, like, kitschy, American, like, small town things that it does.
He was so upset about the parade not happening that he said that regardless we're getting in the convertible and we're gonna deck it out and we're just gonna chuck candy at people.
There you go.
People have been,
Yeah, it's coming.
rising,
It's coming.
we should talk about it.
Yes, good idea.
Oh, this is just yeah.
All right, we're going to get started. We're on to our regular agenda, item 5A, which is an introduction to an ordinance at the Town Council adopting by reference the 2024 building, mechanical, plumbing, fire, fuel, gas, and energy codes, among others.
Thanks, Mayor. Renee Stavros, our Planning and Building Director, will introduce this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Renee Stavros, Planning and Building Director. We have our contracted building department, Safe Built, here to do a presentation on the code update. And Alejandro is here to talk to you all, so I'll let him take it away, and then if you have questions, he can answer them.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, thank you. I do know some of you. Most of you I do not. My name is Alejandro. I work with Safe Built. I'm your chief building official. I've been in Superior in that role for about a year and a half. Code amendments are a very personal thing. My staff and I manage 9 municipalities, and the amendments have been anywhere from 0 to we in Superior have dozens of amendments. So they are very localized and very specific to the municipality. What we have here is very brief, and you're going to see that. Thank you. Thank you. The slide includes only changes, most of the changes to the residential code, and that's because most of the questions that we received are from residences. On commercial projects, you would expect, as we expect, that they're usually run by contractors who should be on top of their business. The first one relates to me, actually. It basically adds more flexibility for interpreting different methods and different things that are not verbatim to the code. Again, this I like because it allows flexibility for each different municipality. Sorry, Renee, wrong one. Okay. Chapter 3 is literally just a reorganization of how the chapter was organized. R301, R332, it was organized a little differently on the last go around. This is specifically important, I think, because with the new Colorado ADU allowances, this gives us more specific guidelines on how the units could be separated. This is meant to be more for townhomes and those kinds of things, but as you can see on the bottom one, someone could now turn their basement into an ADU. This just gives us a more specific guideline on how they should be separated. This one's very interesting. Most code changes come about because someone was hurt. So somewhere along the line, I imagine some child probably fell off a loft. This was never addressed before. It's now specifically addressed. This section has some, as it says, wording adjusted to clear up height and continuity. That's usually because the code right now does not allow for these specific breaks where these vertical posts are. Now we have specific language that allows it under certain conditions in a very this one's very important. Energy storage, very popular, becoming more popular by the day. The new code now requires that when you have a battery in the garage, there needs to be some kind of protection, like a bollard, to protect the battery from the car. I have heard from my counterparts in the fire department that when an electric vehicle catches fire, sometimes they can burn for hours. So as you can see, most of the changes are life safety related, which is always top of mind for us as well. Maybe this one should have been prior. This is talking about guardrails again, very specific. It says add details, extra supports. This is specifically to these horizontals, which are also becoming very popular because they're pretty, they're aesthetically pleasing. But as most of us know who have ever been around one of these, they do tend to flex a lot. So these are specific requirements to try and avoid that. This one's always very important. How much more is this going to cost me? So this is directly from the National Home Builders Association. They've determined that changing from the 2018 to the 2024 energy code have decreased an average of about $100, the average cost to a homeowner. So even though the homes will be much more efficient, the cost is basically the same. But as you can imagine, the savings over years add up exponentially. This one is also part of the energy code. This is the Colorado Energy Ready and Solar Ready code. Parts of this are already in use. There are certain requirements that when you build a home now, you have to allow for future change of appliances. Some people still use gas appliances. You have to allow them to replace those appliances in the future with electric appliances. Solar ready can be something as simple as a pipe or some kind of conduit, allowing ease of electric to be run to the roof from the main electrical panel. This one's short and sweet, not as interesting as the first speaker. That's probably why everyone left. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you for the presentation,
Of course.
Renee, for all your work. One of your opening statements about allowing for different interpretation based
Yes.
on your jurisdiction.
Correct.
I can appreciate the flexibility. In the town of Superior's case, where we have Safe Build as our basically building inspection group, and
Yeah, we're basically your building department.
right,
Right,
And
yes.
so within Safe Build, though, there could be the possibility that you might not be our chief building official 6 months or 2 years from now.
That's possible, yes, sir.
So how does Safe Build ensure consistent interpretation for the town of Superior so that
Right.
you don't interpret it one way and the next person that comes in to fill your shoes interprets it a different way, which then could cause some conflict, but if a resident is trying to get something through planning?
Most of the clarification will come from the dozens of amendments that have been made to the code that you are currently considering adopting.
Okay.
That first slide, let me go back to it. So this has more flexibility and guidelines in determining if the work meets the intent. This is going to be very limited. This is not going to be from one neighbor to the next. And usually when I say we, my peers and I, rely a lot on third party, like design professionals, like Jason, to provide us documentation so that we don't make these determinations on a whim or a guess. Third party can be someone like Jason, an architect, an engineer. And because Safe Built, one of the things I like about Safe Built is that we have access. I have 6 other building officials in Colorado that I communicate with daily, and we all speak to each other. And before any of us would make a determination on something like this, I guarantee that we would all meet and decide as a group whether this is good or not, because there's a chance that we're going to see a similar situation down the road. I don't know if that answers your question, but yes.
It does, thank you. There's some safeguards in place because as peers, you talk about what the
daily
thing is and how
Yes.
you might interpret it and
Right.
discuss that. Okay.
Yeah, so aside from having daily communications with my own team, we, at my level, like I said, we generally speak almost daily. And certainly something like this, we would discuss as a team and decide if it's good for Safe Built to enforce it across the state or not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Hey, Alejandro, how are you?
I'm well, Jason. How are you?
Quick question for you.
Please.
The Model Energy Code, it states only buildings must have provisions, all electric operation, including heat, hot water cooking. We just saw at the last presentation of how heat pumps don't work below a certain temperature threshold.
Right.
Are we still, as a town, going to be providing natural gas as a hybrid system for heating a home?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. And last question, this is just kind of like trivia. Do you actually see the International Residential Code going the way of the IBC? It's just going to become more cohesive because I'm noticing that every time there's a change in the building
Right.
codes for residential, it's getting more towards commercial, towards what the general building
Right.
code is. For example, the handrails, that's getting a lot more towards the commercial application than
Correct, yes.
residential. Do you see just eventually there's going to be under one bubble, just the building codes, and it's going to be not necessarily residential, but necessarily in place of what they're trying to do with commercial?
So several members of Safe Built were members of the Colorado ICC. Those conversations are happening. I don't know if it will ever get to that point. I can see certain aspects of it. As you're probably aware, there's one chapter specifically in the IBC that deals with safety on construction sites, which the IRC does not talk about at all. At least in my opinion, I would hope that would at least cross over, or parts of that would cross over.
Of course.
Job site safety.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Of course.
Thanks for the presentation and for all the work that you're doing with our town reviewing building applications. And question that I have, kind of apropos the discussion that we had with the school district and just the need for housing and concerns about affordability.
Right.
Do we have any understanding about kind of like at a high level what these changes are going to add in terms of increased cost to somebody who's trying to build a house? Is this, do we have like a reasonable expectation that like this is a $10,000-$20,000 additional cost on a builder?
When you say these changes, you mean these specific changes?
Well, the changes that are being proposed tonight. Yeah, these.
The changes that are being proposed tonight, the additional cost would be minimal. I could get you some numbers. I could go back to the Home Builders Association. I would suspect that percentage-wise, it would be a very small percentage. Because as you saw, most of the changes, at least to the residential code, deal specifically with very specific life safety circumstances and very, there are not a lot of changes across the board. There are a handful of changes and they're minor changes.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. The biggest change would be the energy code, and as you saw, the cost is minimal.
So would it be fair to say that if somebody's building a single-family home with no stairs,
right,
some of the changes that you covered tonight wouldn't apply because they're
Exactly.
specifically for
Correct.
handrails, so
Yes.
there would be no cost to somebody building a single-family
well,
home?
what-
Sorry, single-story home, that's what I meant.
There would be no additional cost because of the codes. There may be additional costs because, inflation and cost of labor, but no added costs specifically because of the codes.
In terms of the energy code upgrades, so one of the things that we saw, post-fire was, different communities were treating kind of like the standards differently in terms of how people needed to rebuild. And we made a decision to allow people to rebuild under the prior version of the energy codes because supply chain considerations coming out of the pandemic, and then just we wanted to minimize the cost for the fire victims. So, that's kind of where my head is at. Like, I don't want to unintentionally, add some additional cost on, and then that, applies to the energy codes as well.
Oh, yeah. Yes, she made a very good point. One of the provisions that we discussed leaving in is the opt-out for fire sprinklers. When you're speaking about cost, fire sprinklers is not a huge cost, but it is thousands of dollars. And one of the things that we did as a group, some amendments do cross town and city lines. I was part of a group of about 10 or 12 municipalities, including Louisville, right across the bridge. We did try to achieve some kind of consistency across the board regionally. So that way a contractor rebuilding in Louisville that had also been affected by a fire can build across the bridge, and it would cost them basically the same. So we did consider that.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Of course.
Actually, just a question along those lines, because the staff memo says $2 a square foot for the sprinklers, which I recall was like $7 or $8 post-fire 2022.
Right.
How has it come down so much when literally the cost of everything else has gone up?
So this number came directly. I actually got it from the, again, I can look it up and give you the specific, but I believe it was the Colorado Fire Board. I would say most of that is because they are more popular and they're being used more across the board. The cost always comes down just naturally as something is being used more.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. I think the challenge is always, the cost per square foot is always a scaled number.
Right.
The bigger the building, the cheaper everything is. But if you're building a 1,500 square foot,
of course, yes,
2,200 square foot, it's very
Right.
different than building a multifamily,
Right.
your 50,000 square foot facility.
Yeah, and who's to say things we have no control over? Unfortunately, I imagine some contractors took advantage of.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. No, I mean, I actually do like where we ended up, sort of requiring the sprinklers for multifamily, letting Marshall Fire folks opt out. And I don't know if we have data on what the opt-in rate was across the Marshall Fire rebuilds. I mean, we don't need that now, but I'd be really curious because I think the fire department's going to make a very compelling argument for why they should be there. But it's like to Mayor Lacis's point, it's an additional cost on top of everything else everybody was working through.
Right. Yeah. Well, the fire department's argument is going to mirror my own, right? It does allow for a few additional minutes to get out of the home.
Yep. And it prevents the entire house from coming down for a fire in the living room or something, potentially.
Potentially, yeah, that's not what they're designed for, but it's possible. Yeah.
All right. No other questions. Thank you.
Of course.
Any additional questions?
I just had one question, and
Please.
I'm going to make this as non-technical as possible. Our values in the walls today are
Yes,
getting
sir.
very difficult to hit.
Yes.
2x6 is your typical construction for exterior walls.
Right.
Going 2x8, you're probably aware of the condition of studs today. They're pretty much garbage.
Of course.
They're all twisted. They're not going to work.
Yes, sir.
When do you foresee the building code starting to change the R values where typical stud construction is no longer going to be available for residential construction?
Well, I can tell you one of the changes in the new energy code, it actually dropped a couple of the required values in the ceiling and the walls. I don't know why. Someone along the way calculated that maybe it wasn't worth the extra expense. One of the better things, or the things we like more about the 2024 compared to the 2018, is that it does allow for what we call more performance-based calculations, where they can take in U factor values in windows and appliances and calculate all of that to be able to meet what a design professional would say, this meets the intent of the energy code, even if it's not specific, our value's a little less, but the windows are a little better. That's one of the better things about the 2024 code. That it has more options.
Great. Well, sounds like you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any additional questions? All right. Thanks for the presentation. I'd like to give the opportunity for public comment on the first reading of the building code update. No? All right. Anybody on Zoom like to give public comment? All right. Seeing none, public comment is closed. So this is set for a first reading. Is the plan to bring this back for a second?
Yeah,
or
at the March 9th meeting. Yep.
March 9th?
Because
we can't do it in.
March 23rd.
March 23rd, sorry.
Okay.
We have to notice it
Yeah.
15 days in advance.
All right. And we can't take action on it tonight?
Just an introduction.
Okay.
Good.
All
The
right.
code's being updated by reference, and that's the reason.
Yeah. There's a statutory way to do it.
Okay. Well, thanks for the presentation,
Thank
and
you.
we'll see you back in March for adoption.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we're moving on to item 5B, which is a consideration of a resolution of the town council adopting a commitment to the roadmap to zero emissions for new construction.
Thanks, Mayor. Renee and Alexis Bullen will be introducing this item tonight for us.
Alexis is going to start, so I'll let her begin.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. I think Alejandro did a great job introducing a lot of the energy code work that we're talking about, but I did want to go over a little bit about where this Metro code came from, this package, and our cohort. So I'm going to have Renee jump into our presentation here.
Can you see the slides as I go through them or no?
I can, but
You just
kind of
tell me
know what
when
they
I,
are.
there we go.
Okay, I can see it now. Thank you. So we are part of this code cohort. And I just wanted to kind of put up the list of the 15 communities that are part of this group. It is all of our Boulder County neighbors, and over time it has expanded to some of our Denver Metro neighbors as well. So it is a group that has been looking at the energy code and how that landscape has evolved over time and trying to figure out how to be consistent across neighboring communities and also how to achieve our sustainability goals and other goals, as well as making things more efficient for residents. Great, next slide. So we have participated since phase one, which was in 2021. And that's when we created our amendments to the 2021 energy codes that were adopted. And we have been meeting Safe Built, sustainability planning. Different members have been meeting all together since January of 2024 to discuss kind of how we wanted to align for this latest energy code update. So that included looking at kind of the landscape overall of energy codes, looking at what the state was doing for their model code, coordinating on that big DRCOG climate pollution reduction grant and looking at the building policy piece of that, and really looking at how we wanted to tailor this code package, ideally to be consistent enough that everyone would adopt it without amendments, and it could be adopted as kind of a reference book instead of piecemeal across different communities. Also from this group, we came up with a roadmap policy document looking at kind of the future iterations of codes. So typically we adopt every 3 years? So 2027 and 2030 are the next milestones. So what we're coming to talk to council tonight about is kind of this policy document that looks towards the future of how are we working towards zero emission buildings. And we have a goal in our sustainability plan, as you all may know, of net zero emissions by 2050. And that's really important with energy codes to look at our buildings because buildings represent the majority of our community-wide greenhouse gas emissions. So we wanted to look at how, particularly for new buildings, which is the only piece that code can really control, how are we trying to make sure that, new buildings are not emitting a lot of greenhouse gases over time, and then working towards this not emitting any from their operational energy use by 2030. And we feel pretty confident that we can work toward this, particularly because of that grant that I mentioned. So DRCOG received an EPA climate pollution reduction grant of almost $200 million, which was really wonderful, and Superior played a role in that. And as part of this building policy collaborative sub-award, every municipality in the DRCOG region was allocated a dollar amount based on their community size. And so you could get it it's a narrow window of what this money could be used for. So that's kind of what those 6 buckets are. And the stars are the ones that the town of Superior has applied for our grant for. So we've been allocated $300,000 over the next 4 years. And what we are spending that money on is a part-time staff person. So we are hiring a building code analyst who will help us with the building policy side, help us with the grant administration, that sort of things. And that will be a part-time position that we're hoping to have on board maybe by April. We are also looking to have a part-time person on the safe built side to help us specifically with above and beyond energy code related permitting, data collection, inspections, that sort of thing, to really look at, the technical piece there. We have a little bit of extra money set aside for technical assistance should we need it with future code adoption. And then, of course, the different staff positions are also going to help with community engagement, including on the contractor side, to ensure that everything is clear and consistent for people.
Now it's my turn. So the item that this is referencing is the adoption of the roadmap. But as part of that, we wanted to kind of explain the roadmap, the cohort, and then talk about the actual 2024 IECC regional cohort amendment package, which is what is being proposed to be adopted as part of our code. Excuse me. The regional cohort package works to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, maintain affordability and equity, improve regional consistency, which Alexis touched on. It exceeds or meets the minimum state energy code and aligns with the state code, but makes it simpler to understand and enforce. Reduces vulnerability to legal challenges, improves compliance, flexibility without sacrificing performance, and allows tailoring to our community. I made notes on these, sorry. So there are 3 different, the energy codes, the 2024 IECC, the 2020, the model low energy and carbon code that was created by the state of Colorado, which is based on the 2024 IEC, and then this cohort package, which is a regional cohort amendment package that really gets down into like our specific region with all of those municipalities that Alexis mentioned sooner. So these next couple of slides just compare what we're proposing to the state energy code. And it either is more stringent than the requirements or is as stringent as of the requirements. As you can see, for the most part, the cohort code is more stringent on all of these, kind of across the board, for load reduction, electrification, home size, demand response, and energy storage for residential, and then for commercial, the performance pathway as well. So basically, the energy code is really dense and really long and not very easy to understand or read for anyone other than special energy code people and building code people who know way more than we do. But the cohort code is really based on our area. The energy code changes depending on your elevation, your location in the country. There's like all different requirements based on where you live and where it's being applied to. So the regional cohort package just cuts out all of the extra stuff, and it just talks about what's required here for our area. It also has stronger electric preferred pathways, but it doesn't not allow for gas and replacements or hybrid systems like Jason was concerned about. It provides a flexible compliance pathways, and also because we're adopting it, we are eligible potentially for future funding opportunities. These, just wanted to highlight what the cohort amendments package does as it relates to these policy components, and really highlight the passive house pathway, which doesn't exist in the other two energy codes. And then also, some of the items in the cohort make things more difficult as the home gets larger. There's additional requirements for larger homes than there are for smaller homes. That's what I wanted to highlight on this particular slide.
Renee, can I interrupt
Yeah,
you really quickly? I apologize.
absolutely, yeah.
Home size, does that include, like, if you had a house and an ADU? Is that inclusive of the size, or would those be two separate measurements?
They should be two separate because it has to do with like the efficiency inside. So it would be within one building.
Okay, thank you.
Oops. And then this is the commercial side. Again, adding the passive house pathway and all electric pathways. And then, yeah, the rest of these are basically in line with the state code and base codes. That's all I wanted to highlight. We just wanted to go through these and let you know what the purpose of the cohort package it was and why it's being proposed without amendments, because we don't really need amendments. I also wanted to highlight that this cohort code has our solar and EV charging station requirements embedded within it. So instead of having an amendment where we outline all of the EV requirements for commercial, for large-scale multifamily residential and individual residential units, this code kind of encompasses all of that. It right sizes our EV charging requirements, so they're hopefully the idea is that we wanted it to be more useful to, I guess, I'm not thinking of words right now, but we receive development applications and our existing EV charging requirements are extremely heavy, and we make a lot of we do a lot of variances for that particular section of code. And so the idea here is that this right sizes those requirements to a level that adjacent municipalities are also hopefully going to be applying, and then those will become more normalized for developers to include in their developments. So I just wanted to highlight that that is also part of this code. That's all I've got. Alexis, did you want to add anything else?
No, I think that was perfect, Renee.
Questions?
All right, thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it. Questions from council?
Alexis and Renee, thanks so much for this work. This is great. I'm really excited to see this. of the 15 communities that are part of the cohort, how many of them have adopted the roadmap at this point in time?
Alexis, do you know how many have done the roadmap? I'm not sure.
I believe Golden did. I'm not sure, and I believe North Glen is considering it. There was a little bit of a delay just because we didn't get the finalized code book for this or IECC 2024 until the end of last year. And so there were a number of communities that considered like a fall timeline or earlier, and then everyone has been pushed back a little bit. I don't know if Boulder County has done this already. I know they were considering it. We could follow up about the roadmap specifically.
Like, I guess my point being, we could be the first or one of the first.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay.
And to be clear, the roadmap is just, saying that we're on board with trying to get to these goals. It doesn't require us to do anything specific.
I respect that, and from my perspective, leaders lead, and leaders are the first to raise their hand or to step up, and if we can be one of the first to say, yeah, we've embraced this, I think that speaks for, where our commitment to sustainability and our sustainability action plan and what the goals that we have, so I'm going to support this.
All right. Other questions for staff? All right. Thank you, Renee. I'll give an opportunity for public comment on the roadmap. Anybody here in council chambers? All right. On Zoom, we've got Scott Simkus.
Hi, Council. This is Scott Simkus. I own property at 101 and 101 Cold Creek Drive and 102 Maple Street. I'd just like to note that my company was impacted by the Marshall Fire in 2021, and I want to be a leader and lead by example, but I also have to be conscious of the implications that a higher code could cause my company in developing. So I just like to make that point for the record, just to note that. So in case I bring this up again and appeal about any future changes, I recognize this is just amendment to get on the path, and nothing's being adopted now for a 2024 IECC, but I just wanted to make that note, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, public comment is closed, and we'll turn to discussion. Any discussion? All right, anybody want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-17, Series 2026, a resolution of the Town Council for the Town of Superior adopting a commitment to the roadmap to net zero emissions new construction.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Foster and a second from Councilmember Miller. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Mark Lasis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jason Serbu?
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw?
Yes.
All right, passes unanimously, and we are done with that item. And now we're moving on to our public hearings for the evening. Our first public hearing is item 6A, which is a second reading, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Superior adopting the 2025 comprehensive plan. Do we have proof of publication?
Yes.
All right, I'll gavel in the public hearing.
I'm back again.
Welcome.
It's in the PDF. Okay, so we are here again to look at the comprehensive plan. I have Nora from Cushing Terrell online, and her and her team have made several updates to the plan since 2 weeks ago when you all heard this the first time. So we wanted to go through the changes. She provided little sticky notes at the tops of the pages. Hopefully y'all found that. But the spread I wanted to highlight was, and Nora, are you on? Maybe.
I am on. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great.
How do I change the view? I don't know how to change the view, so we'll just, you tell me where you want to go. I was going to go to the pages that you updated in the executive summary, if that's.
Yes. So if you want to click on that comment, on page 11 at the top. Yeah. And then I think if you click on the far right side of the screen, there's a comment icon at the top. It's the second from the top. I think that should, yeah. Okay. So then you can just navigate to each comment individually. So the community vision, sorry, Renee, did you want me to jump in right now?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Thank you all for having us again, and it's great to speak with you after our first initial reading of the comp plan, and we're excited to take the next step. So the community vision was brought forward in the executive summary based on your comments and understanding that the vision is a really important piece of the plan. And then the next comment, I'm going to jump to that. So this is new information that wasn't included in the last draft. It's basically highlighting what opportunities and challenges the town is currently facing and will likely continue to face in the next 10, 15, 20 years. And so that's new information, both of those pages. The background was actually moved up in the introduction chapter so that it highlights a little bit more of the Marshall Fire and the impacts, and hopefully kind of frames the rest of the plan a little bit for how we need to think about the fire and its impact and other natural disasters moving forward. This statement was just updated in a minor way to reflect that there were many homes and some businesses that were impacted by the fire. This was added to the 76th Street and Guardian property opportunity area, just to highlight that a constraint for future development on that property is wildfire risk, and then pointing people to more information about the wildland urban interface and where that could be found in the plan. And then
photo.
Yes, the photo of on this kind of opportunity area vision page was updated so that it was a little bit less dense to reflect comments from our last meeting.
That's all of them.
Oh, that's up. Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that presentation and the updates, and certainly appreciate bringing the references to the fire, flood, resiliency, evacuation needs higher up into the comp plan, and I like the opportunities and challenges. Nice summary of the key points that we're thinking about, which obviously many of which were not present in the 2012 plan. So
Absolutely.
it's interesting how times change.
Yeah, I mean, these were within the plan, later on in chapters, but we, following our conversation, we added these to the executive summary and kind of highlighted the main themes, I think.
All right, do we have any specific questions for staff based on the changes? No? All right.
I will say there's a few minor changes that like from an editorial standpoint that we still want to make, but for all intents and purposes, you can give us direction on like what comes next, other than those minor edits.
Yes. All right, give an opportunity for public comment. Anybody here in the public like to give public comment on the draft revised draft of the comprehensive plan.
Good evening, council members. Mike Barnes, Coal Creek Crossing. And I guess I had I completed a data analysis. Well, actually, I was concerned about the comp plan, our goal of meeting the missing middle housing, in particular homes for sale. So I compiled some information for consideration, compiled it, and thought you might find it helpful in as you review the comp plan, and in particular the housing densities in certain of the opportunity areas. So I guess, and again, to be clear, the missing middle housing, a little bit of a general definition in the comp plan. And so I'm just talking about meeting that goal of missing middle homes for sale. And so, first of all, a little perspective, which I found interesting. There's probably only one newer development, Superior, that maybe fits that mold right now, and that'd be the Wee Cottages. And there's 29 homes there on 4.42 acres, which results in a density of about 6.6 homes per acre. Sagamore's kind of similar. I wouldn't call it missing middle because prices are a lot higher now. But from perspective, 171 homes there on about 27 acres, and the density there is about 6.4 homes per acre. So kind of in that, maybe that general density might be looking at, but considering that we'd want to make homes as inexpensive as possible compared to average prices in Superior. So we'd be looking at perhaps duplexes, triplexes, townhomes. So if we say maybe we might practically have a density of 8 homes per acre. And so what I was curious is, okay, well, let's see how much space do we actually have for missing middle homes for sale? So if we assume 8 homes per acre, and if we build them on every single opportunity area that's available for building homes like that, which would be 76th Street, Zaharias, part of Town 15, and parts of Discovery, you would actually, at build out, be able to build about 300 to 370 homes, something like that. So, how does that? So that seems like that's probably the best we can do in meeting that goal under ideal circumstances. So what's the current situation? Is this really an issue for us? Well, using Zillow, I looked at it on, February 17th. If someone was moving into Superior and they wanted to buy a home for, say, under $700,000, there were 9 homes available under $700,000. If you bumped it up to $800,000, we'd get up to 25 homes for sale. So not a lot of inventory. If you were coming to Superior and you were okay renting, what's available then? So Bell Flatirons, there's like 15 to 1,600 units total, and there were 72 available for rent as of a couple days ago. And Origin, which is marketing 405 homes downtown, again, per Zillow, they had 47 available. So we have a total right around now vacancies in apartments for rent of 119. So more inventory for apartments right now than lower cost homes. Then of course what's also, and so if we fast forward a year from now when Alta Flatirons comes online, another 251 units. So we basically will have somewhere on the order of 350 rentals available, apartments available, compared to, assuming things don't change for the purchase market, 25 homes. So that's, again, tough to buy a home here right now. So that's why I think the missing middle homes is a category to take a peek at. And then, of course, in the future beyond that, the marketplace and the RTD site, potentially based on some past proposals, we could be looking at another 400 apartment units potentially there. And then, of course, we have the Resolute property, which is another possibility for apartments. So I guess for consideration, if we really want to meet a goal, and of course, we talked about middle housing having a diversity of goals for meeting it. that category of homes for sale looks like it's going to be the tough to meet unless we kind of set aside density limits for the opportunity areas in the lower end of what's currently in the comp plan. So I guess just wanted to point out this information to you as you review the comp plan and densities for some of the opportunity areas. And that's basically all I have.
Mike, can I ask you a follow-up question?
Sure.
Why would, so you're suggesting reducing the density, right now we've got a range of, 6 to 15 on Town 15, 6 to 25 on Zaharia, 6 to 25 on the 76th Street properties.
Correct.
Why would a higher density range not address the missing middle? Wouldn't a higher density in some form address that missing middle as well?
I guess I'm assuming, which may be, is condos are perhaps not an option just with the state laws the way they are. And I know there's a movement to try to relax the state laws to release builders from liability. So I'm assuming that the only thing that at this point in time that's feasible is like small patio homes, duplexes, triplexes, or townhomes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Right. Any additional public comment here in council room? Anybody participating via Zoom like to give public comment on the draft comprehensive plan update? All right, seeing none. Turn back to council. Any additional questions for staff? I got my gavel. I'm going to close the hearing. All right.
It's too slow. I do have a question for staff. I'm sorry.
All right, I'm reopening the public hearing.
I couldn't get the mute button. Just, because we've actually received a bunch of comments from the Planning Commission about this, with all these specific parcels, there is a recommended density. Could you kind of walk us through how you and the consultant kind of arrived at those? Because these things all start, almost all of them that have neighbors start at 6, and the two that don't have direct neighbors start at 25. Both the Resolute parcel and then the Brixmore parcel. Both of those, the low end is 25. Everything, the low end is 6. Help me understand kind of how those lower bounds were isolated.
Nora, are you still there? Do you want to talk about the whole process and then maybe?
I'm so sorry. My cat just ran across my laptop. And a lot of things happened. This is what you get for evening Zoom meetings. I'm so sorry. I heard the first part of the question about the density scenarios. Could you repeat the last part? And then Renee, what you had suggested.
Yeah, no problem. And I love the cat excuse. It's usually my barking dog is usually the issue. So that's a daytime. So across all the sort of available parcels, they all have a recommended density, and most of them start at 6, and then they have an upper bound of say 25. But then the two parcels, both the Resolute and the Brixmore Marketplace ones have a lower bound of 25 and then go up to 40. And I'm a little curious about how those two parcels amongst all of them have such a high lower bound relative to the others that happen to have, direct neighbors.
Yes, and then Renee, did you want me to start?
Yes.
Okay.
I asked you to just kind of talk about the process we went through, and then on the RTD side, I would touch on the
state law. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the process that we went through, it's been pretty iterative, but we looked at the sites and their slopes and potential for where potential housing could go. We talked to property owners about what has worked in the past in terms of proposals for development and what hasn't worked. And then we kind of did highest and best use studies along with our market study to figure out what actually makes sense for those sites. Specifically for Marketplace, we are trying to to figure out what makes sense with state law and proximity to a transit stop, and really thinking about, okay, well, there's a lot of underutilized parking on that site, and that's where density could make sense, especially where maybe if folks do want to live without a car, we'd like them to be in proximity to a high capacity transit stop. And then looking at Resolute, it's positioned in a way that wouldn't necessarily impact as many views. There are townhomes adjacent to the site, and then thinking about if there is a hotel opportunity in Superior, we really think that this is the spot for it, and likely that will need to be 3 to 6 stories. And then so understanding that, okay, if we're getting that density in a lodging use, then maybe it makes sense for some higher density housing to be on the site as well, understanding that it's 5 properties, it's got a lot of space, and then it does have access to transit and commercial and services.
Okay, I follow all that. I think my only hesitation on Resolute is it's actually nowhere near any sort of public transportation. There's a 228 doesn't count as BRT or anything otherwise. So it is a high need for a car, but a hotel could potentially work in that situation. Relative to all the other parcels, mostly that one is like the least served by transit in Town 15. So, okay, but I appreciate the background. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, there's a bus stop across the street on Colton.
It's just a 228. This 228 goes down, up and down Colton. It's the same thing with, it kind of goes up Rock Creek Parkway.
Yeah.
So you could use it to get to the BRT, either the Flatiron stop or the McCaslin stop, but it doesn't qualify as BRT because the 228 only goes every hour. And for rapid transit, it's got to be every 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I guess it's a little bit of a walk from the BRT stop at behind the Grand Rapids by the mall. So
yeah,
but I mean, it's walkable, but not necessarily for everyone. So okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's actually a continuous sidewalk. I think there is.
You can, if you walk towards the bikeway, you can then walk towards the bike path and kind of ignore the mall. If you by the Frank Vera Park that in Broomfield. So, all right.
That was my only question. Sorry.
Any additional questions? So I guess the question for council is, do we feel good with the recommended density ranges for each of the opportunity areas? Are there any changes? Planning Commission suggested some changes individually and collectively. Appreciate all the work that Planning Commission did getting us here in conjunction with staff. But any changes that anybody would like to propose, or we're ready to move forward?
So an open question is, because we've got 3 emails from Planning Commission members, do you remand this back to the Planning Commission to make the changes that 3 have asked for? And it's all to lower the upper bound of the density on these parcels, from 25 or 40 to like 8. Given the conversation we already had with the school, I don't know that any of these actually solve the housing issue, at 8 units or 10 units. So that's sort of on the side. And then plus whatever we put in here, the developer could choose to ignore anyways, right? So there's a macro question of changing these numbers doesn't necessarily provide a recipe to any developer. So I don't know the right thing. I mean, I'm happy to potentially just adopt it as is. I'm also happy to entertain sending it back to the Planning Commission to revise as they think it may need.
I think to Jason's point that he made during the BVSD discussion, I think if we were to reduce the caps of the densities, notwithstanding the fact that this is just an advisory, guiding document, it's not binding, I think that would send the opposite message that we want to send to the school district. So, if we're trying to be flexible and nimble enough to deliver housing, to deliver the students to the school district so they can keep our schools open, if we want to be flexible and do that, we can't say that and be intellectually consistent by reducing the density caps on each of these properties. So, I think at the end of the day, like, whoever the developer is on each of these opportunity areas in the future, they're going to come forward to the council. There's going to be a public hearing. Council is going to be, if there's going to be some sort of, zoning change or annexation or some sort of, use change that requires council to make a judgment call, council will make that judgment call at the appropriate time. If it's used by right, it's used by right, and it'll just be built according to use by right. So I feel like there's been enough thought put into this, and my preference would be to not tinker with the density because I think that could have some unintended consequences that we don't want to see.
I would just add that over the last couple weeks, I've been doing a lot of reflecting on this because I know I was very sensitive to the concerns we heard from the Sagamore neighborhood about the density on 76th Street and evacuation, all that kind of, those legitimate concerns. And after doing a lot of reflecting on this, I keep coming back to this is just a guidance document, and there's still going to be a very robust public process on any development proposal that comes through. It's got to be vetted by the planning department, through community meetings, through the planning commission, and eventually council. So there's going to be a lot of public opportunity to weigh in and provide comment and input and help shape what a development might look like. So I'm at a place where I'm more comfortable with what the planning commission and staff have recommended at this point than I was maybe a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't want to see us lowering the.
I'm going to just close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Right? No questions, right?
Yeah, no questions. Yeah, my concern is we lower the numbers per acre to such an extent that that's the guideline, and that's what every single resident is going to come to us saying, this is what you promised us, because once it's in writing, that's kind of what they're going to remember. And I get that. That's what they're going to hold us to. But, Lisa Ritchie said this a while back, her former planning director, everyone else is 80% AMI for affordable housing is our 60%. We cannot do it at 80 because the AMI is for the typical income here is 160. And I've said this many times, Broomfield's at 120, Westminster is at 98. We cannot compete in affordable housing with anybody. We have to make it more affordable. So 60% is equivalent to their 80. And if we go too low a density on any of these properties, it doesn't make sense. Contractors can't build it for that scale to make it that affordable. So we have to keep the numbers in a doable range so that when when a developer comes by and he's interested and he sees the numbers, it hits their calculations and they can say, okay, let's go talk to the town of Superior. If it's too low, they walk by and they go somewhere else. So I want to keep it where it's a manageable number and the expectations are going to be something that people can understand. We're going to have to discuss for us to be able to have this, because keeping the schools open is a big, big thing for us, right? We don't want to see either school close. We want to see our seniors taken care of. At the same time, we want to create more housing for individuals with younger children who can't yet afford to buy the typical price point of a Superior home. So I want to keep it where expectations are going to be realistic and we're not going to be hurting anybody's feelings going forward with this.
Just a few thoughts. I agree as far as not lowering the densities just because we need that for the schools. That being said, I would hope that in partnership as they're talking to the community, unless they redraw those lines, 76th, Resolute, Zaharias, all of that, even if we built on it, is out of Superior School District. So just would hope that BVSD reconsiders those property lines, because even if we're building for students to come in, they're not coming in for us unless that's done. Yeah, outside of that, my number one concern has been evacuations even prior to hearing the public comment, and I 100% agree with them. So I'm hoping any sort of development takes a very hard look at that. With finding out recently that 36th was shut down, which I didn't realize until very recently, that makes a whole lot of sense why that was such a nightmare. So I'm meeting with Chief Valdez actually on Thursday, and I'm going to talk to him about the plan that's being put in place. If they're looking at if there's additional future build out, is that being considered with evacuation routes, and what does that do, and what is that specifically? What's the impact on time to get out? So I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to stipulate that with developers, but I would really like to see like a hard look at not just traffic studies, but evacuation studies to
Yeah.
make sure that's addressed on the front end.
When we get a proposed development coming forward, we have those conversations with them. And we bring in the sheriff's office, ODM, the the fire department, all those into those discussions.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that, I'm comfortable with where it's at now.
I think also any of these lots that would be developed, Zaharias, 76th Street, Resolute, Town 15, I mean, all of them require rezonings. And so we would be looking at a planned development. And in a planned development, I think it's in the code, but that there is a referral to the fire district and the school district? Or is
Yeah,
it just-
they're on the referral.
Yeah, so
list,
so when there's a referral to the school district, part of that is just making sure that they can accept the students, service them. So I agree, like their current boundaries are the way they're currently drawn, but with the new development, they would still need to have that conversation. Like, do we keep them within the boundaries or do we adjust the boundaries? So in any event, any additional housing is going to help the school district with additional students. So, but I think it's a good point that you're making. So, all right, any additional thoughts, comments, perspective?
I'll wade into it. I mean, back to these density units per acre, right? The only one that's actually in the existing Superior school maps is Town 15. And it has the lowest density of all the parcels on here, which I'm not sure I've been able to wrap my head around the why. 15 acres, 15 units per acre, it's 200 homes. And that's assuming no open space, right? It's like, so that doesn't move the needle for either school. So it's a comment.
Fortunately, the comprehensive plan is an advisory document that's non-binding, and the town owns that parcel. And if we decided that we wanted to partner up with the developer and put houses there, we would not be limited to the density considerations on the comprehensive plan. But it's a fair point. So would you suggest making any changes on
The
that?
comment,
Okay.
only a comment.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I guess my last thought on all this is, I really appreciate all the time, money, and effort that has gone into putting this together from staff, from the Planning Commission, from our consultants. David Harper, chair of the Planning Commission, has been, pounding the table, asking for a comprehensive update for about as long as I've known him. And so you're finally getting your comp plan update. Careful what you wish for. I think that this has been a good process. But for people who are scared that whatever's considered in the comprehensive plan is going to be imminent or is definitely going to be coming, it's not. This is just a forward-looking document about things that could happen. People could still propose things that are inconsistent with the comp plan, and then the response to that is that might be grounds to say no to it because the proposal is inconsistent with the comp plan. Similarly, if somebody proposes something and it is consistent with the comp plan, that would be grounds to approve. But just because it's either consistent or inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, there's still an up and down vote from the council on any of these major land use decisions, which will provide adequate opportunity for the public to give comment during planning commission meetings and town council meetings, always open and transparent. So I'm very happy with how this thing turned out. I think it's an overdue update, and I'm very happy to see it move forward tonight. So I don't see any reason to delay this any further and want to move forward tonight. So, with that said, anybody want to make a motion?
Got it. Move to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-10, Series 2026, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Superior adopting the 2025 Comprehensive Plan.
Second.
We got a motion from Councilmember Shaw, and I heard a second from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu. We'll do a roll call vote.
You're gracious, Mike.
Had to go and grab, so I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
Mayor Lasis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu.
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish.
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw.
Yes.
Councilmember Miller.
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft.
Yes.
And Councilmember Foster.
Yes. Twist
All
my
right.
arm.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Look forward to the 2039 update. Going to be a page turner.
Yeah.
But AI will do that one for us.
Right.
All right. We are moving right along, and we have moved on to our second public hearing of the evening, which is item 6B, which is an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Superior amending various sections of Chapter 16 of the Superior Municipal Code regarding outdoor lighting standards. Do we have proof of publication? Mike?
Yes.
All right. Gavel in the public hearing.
Good evening again. One of these evenings, I will not be up here time after time after time. This evening, we are adding to the code updates. I brought a couple of them to you last time. We have the building code updates this evening, and this is another ordinance updating Chapter 16 on outdoor lighting. If you remember, several months ago last year, and over the course of the last year or two, we've had several concerned residents with outdoor lighting at residential properties. And our current code doesn't allow our code enforcement to have something that's measurable to actually enforce our existing code. So the purpose of this code update is to get rid of the, or to make the code measurable, and to move all of the discussions on outdoor lighting into one section, section 1620-30 of the municipal code. The code itself has several different sections. It talks about the purpose, it talks about definitions, applicability, standards, and legal nonconforming situations. So, following the Planning Commission meeting, we made one small change to the standards where it says there shall be no single outdoor luminaire brighter than 1,600 lumens. This was previously 1,500. We followed a dark sky code for the recommendation to Planning Commission, and it was brought to our attention by one of the planning commissioners that a standard, that 1,600 lumens is approximately a 100-watt light bulb. And so at 1,500, it precludes people from purchasing, kind of having more options at the store. And so we updated the number of lumens so that a 100-watt light bulb fits within this code. We did not make any changes to the allowable lighting that crosses at a property line. The other section that is in here that was discussed a lot during Planning Commission is legal nonconforming situations, where any existing lighting or fixtures today become legally nonconforming when this code gets adopted, which means that when they are replaced or if they become brighter, then we could enforce them. But until that time, they're allowed to stay as they are as of the date of the adoption and of this code. Well, not the adoption, but the 10 days after adoption of the code. And I think that's all I wanted to highlight for you all. And do you have questions?
I'll just, before the meeting, Assistant Town Manager Martin Toth showed me the tool, the light reader that staff will be using, and he gave me a demonstration in the hallway of how it works. So it's great that you guys have a tool that you can use to measure, and if residents have concerns or complaints about how the tool is used, you and Martin, I'm sure other staff know how to use it and can.
It's very easy.
It's very easy. So I have every confidence that we'll be able to get accurate readings and objectively tell whether there's light trespass that's exceeding code or not.
I did test it too.
So I have a question about just the legal non-conforming situations. So we're not issuing permits for people to change their lighting fixtures on the exterior of their houses, right?
No.
Right. So how do we enforce that situation? So we have a resident who complains, my neighbor's lights are too bright. We send code enforcement out there, they measure it, and then the resident says, I've had that light there for 2 years, 10 years, whatever it is. We take them at their word. Like, what do we do?
So typically, the way that I talk to Planning Commission about it is that starting when it becomes enforceable, if you call and complain that your neighbor's light is too bright, we can test it and we'll note the date that we tested it, the luminaires that came at the property line. And then if it changes after that, that's the only way we can document it. So we're not gonna go take pictures of everyone's light fixtures and test every property line for lighting. But we will go test it at, on a complaint basis. And note the date and time and number of lumens at the property line at that time, so that we can, so that we have a base of when starting after the code can be enforced. And so then if it changes after that time, we can, we'll have a base to go from for code enforcement purposes. Does that make sense?
Sort of.
One of the earlier draft of this, we had in there that properties had to be in compliance within 6 months. I think it was 6 months. So if we went out, there's a complaint, and it was 7 months since this was adopted, we have something we could enforce, but.
But I shot that part down. And made it legal non-conforming because of just pursuant to Colorado law, amortization, which is a word I struggle to say, for legal non-conforming uses is illegal in Colorado. So I removed the due by language from the code.
What about, all right, so what about, it's one thing if there are light fixtures that are installed prior to the effective date that are non-compliant. But it's another thing if they are like, I have a neighbor that has a floodlight that's just the way it's angled is kind of like shining into one of my bathrooms in my house, right? So it could be legally non-compliant, but it could also not affect me at all if they just moved it slightly and then the angle of the fixture is no longer causing a problem. So do we have any mechanism to basically facilitate, you know, I understand like this concept of grandfathering is not to require people to like spend money on new fixtures when they, you know, installed all new lighting in their house within the past couple years and they were compliant at that time, but now they're not, they're uncompliant. But if there's a way of bringing those existing fixtures into compliance, like so they're not affecting the neighbors, like if they're adjustable, if the light bulbs get changed, then can we make those fixtures brought into compliance? Because it's not going to cost the homeowner any money, and it's a potential easy solution to an otherwise ongoing problem.
I think there's a strict legal answer to this question, and I think there's a practical reality question. So I maybe want to let Renee go first, and then I can talk about it a little more, because I don't want to sign her up for something that she's, not capable of and that Jamie's not capable of.
So generally, the way we would address that is kind of how we do it now, where if we get a complaint, we talk to the owner of that property and say, hi, your neighbor complained, or we received a complaint, maybe not your neighbor. We usually say, we received a complaint that such and such is, disturbing, and is it possible for you to, change it in some way, shape, or form, depending on if it's a floodlight directly in there, is there a way to move it so that it's not, facing, so it's facing a different direction or not. Shielded. Yeah, shielded or whatever. So that's kind of what we do now, and that's what we would do moving forward. But we would have a documentation of it and a date. And then if it got worse or changed, we would be able to enforce it.
Yeah, it seems like if you have an existing fixture that is current, that will be non-compliant, but can be brought into compliance, from my perspective, like through no additional cost, it should need to be brought into compliance.
Yeah, and I guess Renee, I think, gave the right practical reality answer. Strictly legally, I think that ability is in here. I wrote in an E2, a legal non-conforming luminaire may continue to be used, provided that it should not be used or changed in a way that increases or exacerbates its non-conformity. So my thought was kind of what you're talking about now, where you have a floodlight and you point it up, right, and it could be pointed down, or you have a light on a dimmer switch and it could be dimmed. The issue, practical both from a code enforcement and from a municipal court perspective, is this lighting ordinance is not going to give you some right of entry to their garage to go check on a dimmer switch. So if you go to their house and they, and you say, hey, can you turn it down? And they say no, then that's going to be probably the end of the story, unless you really want to develop a huge body of evidence for one non-conforming light.
I guess my rebuttal to that would be, if you're applying this equally to everybody, and somebody has something that is objectively not meeting the requirements of the code, exceeding the light, if they get a citation and then they come to the judge, and then they can say, well, we can turn it down, and then they agree to do that, then the problem has been solved.
Has or has not been solved.
It has.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. And like I said, I mean, enforceability of this exists. It's just difficult. But I think that's just a direction code enforcement is going to have to take if they want to cite it. If they learn what kind of model it is and they know they can turn it down or they know they can move it, and the town wants to take the position that they just cited anyway and they make it go through court, then I think this ordinance allows for that.
Along those veins, I mean, there's a lot of good data in the cover memo about what the other communities are doing for their standards. What are they doing on their enforcement? TBD.
Yes, I don't know. Great question.
Because I know,
Do not know the answer to
a lot of communities are pursuing dark sky certification. So this is we're not alone. Most of the mountain towns, Boulder, this is a big deal for them. Having things downcast and allowing for birds to migrate and so on and so forth. Like there's a whole litany of reasons, but I've not found good contextual data on how people are enforcing it. In some ways, this is a terrible argument, but one of the parallel. One of the challenges our animal control staff has is people will tell everybody when animal control's on patrol, and then they will leash their dogs, right? And if you have these non-conforming appliances, you just turn them off if you see Jamie's car driving through, and you turn it back on, right? And in which case, we've got no ability to actually catch them in the act. But we can't be alone in this. And like my always guidance is, let's just figure out what other neighbors are doing and try to copy it as much as possible so we're not reinventing anything.
Do we have staff for this? Because this is
I
going to
mean,
be
Jamie, that's a great point. I mean, part of what was in the budget was a part-time staffer to cover nighttime, Matt, right? Right. So that this was an issue because Jamie went home at 5 and all the lights are off. But the part-time staffer should be able to help with this. Right. Matt's nodding his head, yes. So.
Typing too. Yes, that's
okay.
Yep. New construction, is the code required dimmable switches?
Yes. There's a bunch of stuff in the code about exterior lighting.
As of what date?
Well, the 2024 code has new code requirements. I don't know. These, I think, are more stringent than the building code themselves is. And the building code doesn't, as far as I understand it, talk about exterior lighting in the same way. So this would be what's enforceable in any new construction. So whether it's single family or commercial, they all have to follow these rules.
Can I ask you about the hours of lighting? You're going from 9 p.m. until 8 a.m. What are you anticipating for winter hours when it gets dark around 5 o'clock?
What do you mean?
Well, it seems to be you've got your nighttime hours are considered from 9 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what do you do from violations that you get calls in at 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock? In January, December.
Well,
yeah. Well, yeah. So you can be one of these people that has searchlights on up until 9 o'clock, and then when 9 o'clock rolls around, you dim them or whatnot.
So the nighttime hours only applies to non-essential lighting. So you define nighttime hours as 9 to 8 or whatever's earlier. So let's call it 9 to 8. So that's really only used for non-essential lighting, which is more or less decorative lighting, advertising lighting for commercial businesses. The general trespass requirements exist all the time. So there is opportunity for enforcement from 5 to 9. There's just not a light curfew until 9 p.m. until 8 a.m. the next morning.
Okay.
Can that just be adjusted to sundown to sunup? Because obviously, to Jason's point.
No, because this would be like the light like at the store.
Yeah, this is waxing the city.
Yeah, to turn on. So there's like two kind of different lights.
Yeah.
There's like your lights for your house, and then non-essential lighting, it does apply to some residential lighting, decorative lighting and things like that, but typically it's commercial lighting. It's when you need to turn your lights off after you close. That's why it's built in there. For businesses and events with operating hours later than 9, nighttime hours will begin 30 minutes after closing. Yeah. This applies to residential and commercial, but in typical lighting ordinances, non-essential lighting more often contemplates commercial lighting.
So for non-essential lighting, 9 p.m. would be the time it would have to go off. So if you're in the middle of summertime and you've got cafe lights, like I know a lot of people in this town do, and you want to have a glass of wine in your back patio, you can't have those on.
Correct. If it falls under the definition of non-essential lighting, which is
pretty much every piece of lighting.
Decorative or aesthetic outdoor lighting that is not necessary for the safety or security of individuals and property, including landscape lighting, decorative lighting,
okay,
etc.
Having designed lighting packages for many, many homes in my career, landscape lighting, for example, let's say, the preamble in this, what you will or will not sign tonight says it's about safety, right? Because that's essentially what we're trying to do. Are we going to be the arbiters of safety for this? Are we going to dictate what's going to be landscape lighting? Or is sidewalk lighting going to fall under that? Is somebody who works different hours and comes home at 2 o'clock in the morning, let's say a nurse or a doctor, right? They rely on a different level of lighting, not just their front light porch, but maybe they've got path lighting or a lighting to get from the house to the garage, which is detached, a lot of houses in original town. Are these lights going to have to be off at these times? For this, just by the verbiage that we're looking at right now?
I'm going to answer your question with a different question, that yes, the town is going to be the arbiter of safety and security lighting versus decorative lighting.
Okay. And will these lights need to be off from 9 o'clock on?
Decorative or aesthetic outdoor lighting will need to be off at 9 p.m. Safety and security lighting will not. That's different.
Okay, who's going to say what's the difference?
Code enforcement in the town.
So how do you guys feel about cafe lights being taken off? 'Cause I know there's several people on this council that have backyards that are really beautiful. It just seems to me like it's a bit of an overreach that you can't light your backyard up with what would be considered non-essential lighting. You have a party in the summertime, it's quiet, you're just having a cocktail or something like that, it's 10 o'clock at night, your neighbor doesn't like you, calls to complain about your lights. You're not bothering anybody, but that's a code complaint right there. Does that not sound ridiculous? And you don't have to answer that, Nick. Being in a position,
I was going to say, you're looking at the wrong guy.
I know. I'm just, you just said this captivating gaze. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, does that sound ridiculous?
I think it's totally dependent upon this particular circumstance, right? Like I've got a neighbor who's got a bunch of those kind of string lights in his backyard.
Yep.
And
Cafe
it's
lights.
really bright. They're super bright. And sometimes like they leave them on all night long. And, you know, I'm not calling code enforcement, but
But
there
now
are
you
times that I
can.
wish they were off. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we've got the exact same thing, and it blasts into both kids' bedrooms, right? And it's now we got blackout curtains to block out the light that there is on 24/7. Because there's no way right now to get them to turn them off.
Yeah, I get your, no, you're absolutely right, Neil. I get your point, but I'm just thinking if someone wants to go out there for a couple of hours.
Right,
you know.
but I mean, a lot of this is, you know, it's an enforcement thing, right? It's a noise thing, right? Like somebody's having a blasting party, it's a one-off, right? Like if it's a one-off because somebody's keeping their lights on, it's exactly that. But if it's a sustained every night, all night, that's a very different behavior.
Yeah.
Right, and I think it's like the same thing we have with enforcing the snow clearing ordinance. You get like one warning, and if it's still there like a day later, then you get the citation.
Yeah, and I think really it's a question of the repetitive nature of the harm, right? Like people aren't bothered by, you know, one night somebody's having a party in the backyard and everything's, you know, it's a graduation party and it's loud, it's noisy, there's a bunch of light. It's they just installed something in their backyard and all of a sudden there's like floodlights that are shining into your bedroom every night and it's impacting your ability to sleep every night. Like those are the situations that I think that we need to be thinking of and figuring out how to be nimble enough to address, because I think everybody should have the right to like the peaceful, quiet enjoyment of their house. And that includes like not having light shining into their bedrooms when they're trying to sleep, or the need to like have to go out and buy blackout curtains to deal with otherwise like intrusive lights. So.
It's almost counterintuitive because in the winter, when it gets darker, is when all the trees have no leaves. So it's actually worse earlier.
Okay. Did I open it up for public comment? Anybody here in the public? Seeing none. Anybody on Zoom like to give public comment on this one? All right, seeing none, public comment is closed. Any additional questions for staff? Close the public hearing.
Don't do that yet.
Yeah.
All right, reopen the public hearing.
You can close it if you want to vote on it tonight, but if you want to do a second reading, don't close it.
I can still ask a question? Okay.
Let's reopen.
We're not attempting to go dark sky, right? Okay. The reason I ask, I drove around a couple nights ago, late at night, and just in Rock Creek, one small neighborhood, there were 300 violations of the dark sky. And that's just because we've never bothered to look into it. I just wanted to make sure we're not trying to head down that way, because I think that, that ship has sailed at this point.
Well, no, I mean, fair point, but like Breckenridge has got like a 10-year attainment plan.
And Boulder's at 15.
Right, like so no city is trying to go with dark sky overnight, right? If it's something we wanted to do, it'd be a very, it's just like net zero, right? Like
It's a
you
long
can't turn
process.
this thing over.
Yeah. We would have to give proper notice and it'd take a while.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where, like a lot of people have the sconces that Richmond installed in their homes when they built them in the 90s, and they're reaching kind of the end of their useful life. So if you're going to Home Depot and looking at something, if you can buy something that's not going to shine the light up at the sky and it's going to look, aesthetically pleasing and keep the light in a way that's not going to cause problems for the birds and your neighbors, win-win.
Renee, could you give a definition of facade lighting, please?
I don't have a dictionary definition.
What do you think it is?
Facade lighting, the lighting that faces the facade of a home or a building for that matter.
Not on the facade, something that's like in the landscaping, shining back up on the facade, correct?
It could be either. If the light is focused on the facade, that would be facade lighting.
Well, you realize that now we're
But we can look at a definition if you want a definition.
well, no, if that's what it is, now we're dictating design criteria to people because a lot of modern homes have lighting that would be considered by your definition of facade lighting. And if that's now considered non-essential lighting, is that something that an architect or a builder will be allowed to put on the design of a home?
It is, it just has to be turned off if it's not essential.
But if it is deemed to be essential, then it's okay.
According to the code, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So I'm not closing the public hearing yet. Do we want to close the public hearing and vote? Do we want to move forward with the second reading?
We talk about for minutes.
We can talk.
That's the question, yep.
I mean, I guess the question is like, what do we want staff to come back with that we don't already have here today? I mean, I'm actually happy to just move this thing forward. We got to start somewhere. I think most of our code has always been somewhat iterative, and until you start, you don't know where you need to be.
Every journey begins with the first step.
I would agree. I'm concerned about staffing and the actual process of this. So that I just want to make sure that's noted. I don't know who wants to be out driving around at 10:30 at night looking at houses and lighting, so.
How many lighting
We can put that as part of
complaints
the board job description.
do we get?
Like you leave, you drive around.
How many lighting complaints?
Yeah.
Less than 50 a year, I would say.
Okay. And how does that compare to like noise complaints or?
We receive more noise complaints, barking dogs, dogs off leash, construction noise. Those are the typical complaints we receive.
I think my feeling is, what we're trying to do is address like a void that we have currently in code enforcement. And, I think one of the most frustrating things that we can say to residents is, sorry, there's nothing we can do. So we're trying to alleviate that situation where there's presently nothing for us to do, and we can start here. And if we realize that this needs to be amended, we can amend it, right? So why not move forward? All right.
Yeah, just because I've designed these before, light trespass. Is that something that somebody can ask for a variance on?
A variance is something that's out of the control of the property owner, so it wouldn't qualify for a variance.
But, okay, just follow my logic on this for a second. Light is a physical property, right? Study physics. So it's a parameter of a physical structure, of a build like a piece of real estate property, just like a fence is. And we granted a temporary variance for fencing this over a property line, which is trespass. Would not somebody in the future be able to come by with an argument for that? I'm just playing devil's advocate.
What the town approved was a temporary or a special use permit for use of the right-of-way, is what we did there.
It was a trespass though, right? It went over a property line.
It's a fence that's on public property.
It was over a property line.
That's correct.
So couldn't you foresee this being an issue in the future?
If you're talking about the fences in original town that we approved a few months ago,
Yeah.
we didn't do that through a variance process.
So
Like
it's
Matt
just a
said, we
special
did it
exemption?
through a license process. We gave them a license to use town property.
Okay, all right, thanks.
That was a really unique situation.
All right.
All right. Anything further? I'm gonna close it. All right, we're closed. Discussion, or I'll entertain a motion.
I think, yeah, I agree with Heather. Enforceability is going to be really difficult for this. I don't envy anybody having to do this or having to figure out what was original, what wasn't, taking the word of somebody, swapping out lights getting to the end of their life cycle, and somebody putting a light in now that's to the lumens, but it might be trespassing. I mean, yeah, we do have to start somewhere near. I totally agree. We've got to do something, but I think this isn't anywhere near ready to be implemented as our new code, even if we do add to it.
What do you think needs to be augmented or more clearly defined in order to be at that place for you?
Honestly, I think the strongest part of it is when Planning Commission changed the recommended lumens to 1600. That was the best movement towards it, because now we have definitive light measurement of a lighting fixture, and that's a good start. You know, what I don't agree with, like I said before, we're going to be arguing about what's essential lighting, what's not essential lighting. Is the facade lighting that an architect puts on a house going to be considered essential and not essential? Is that going to be an argument? Someone's got to come up, you know, constantly having, I mean, it's not clear. It just seems like we're grouping too many things into what's essential and not essential. And we're dictating style here too, when it comes to it. If you want to consider facade lighting to be something that's non-essential to the majority of houses, that's true. If you go with a lot more modern homes, and there's about 8 of them in original town now that have that lighting system, that's necessary to the house. It's necessary to the lighting. So I just think it's ambitious. Renee, I applaud you for the work you've done on this with the Planning Commission, because it really is getting us something. Because before, what we had was really vague. Made zero sense. I just think that if you want to vote on it tonight, it's going to be amended in the future, I'm sure, quite a bit. I just think it would be better if you spend a little bit more time going over it and trying to determine exactly what's essential, what's not essential, what's going to be, because you could say essential lighting versus not essential lighting is going to also depend upon where you are in your lifespan. A younger person is not going to need as much lighting to be able to enter their house, to walk along a path. A bulb, no, Planning Commission talked about this. You know what, when you get older, your night vision dims. You can't see as much, so you need brighter lighting. You might need more lighting. You know, it's not just trying to make it more difficult for people. We're just trying to make it so people can see better at night, so they can feel safer at night. And I just think a lot of these things we're doing right now, we're cramming 5 pounds of things or 10 pounds of things in a 5-pound bag, and it just doesn't seem like it's thought out enough for my level of satisfaction or comfort with it. But like I said, it's just me. If you want to vote on it tonight, fine. That's my 10 cents, 12 cents, 13 cents.
All right. Anybody else? Call the question.
Well, first of all, thank you, Renee and staff. I know that we had come to you saying that the previous ordinance was very unclear and not a measurable thing that you could enforce. So I appreciate you guys doing the due diligence to find out, you know, what makes sense, especially the 100-watt light bulb, the 1600 lumens. I think that makes a whole lot of sense. So thank you for listening and getting that done. For me, I think it's needed. We keep hearing complaints, and, you know, it's really tough to help residents who have complaints when there's no measurable action that we can look to say whether or not there is an issue. I mean, one person's idea of something being too bright might not be somebody else's, and that makes it very difficult for staff. So I think that's fine. The only thing that I would possibly amend is, you know, to your point, 9 p.m. might be a little early if somebody's out, you know, trying to enjoy their backyard. In the summer, you know, maybe push that to 10. But I think past that, you know, people are probably trying to sleep. But 9 might be a little early in the summer. So that would be the only thing that I would say. Otherwise, I think it's fine. I mean, to your point, things get amended and we kind of learn as things are in place, what works and what doesn't. And so I'm comfortable with this as a starting point to address the current issues.
All right. Any additional comments? All right. I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Ordinance number O-4, Series 2026, an ordinance of Town Council of the Town of Superior, amending various sections of Chapter 16 in the Superior Municipal Code regarding outdoor lighting standards.
Second.
Got a motion from Mayor Lasis, second from Councilmember Shaw. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu?
No.
Mayor Lasis?
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw?
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish?
Yes.
All right, passes 6-1. And we're on to our final public hearing of the evening, which is a town property 121 and 123 East Coal Creek Drive vacation and property transfer. We have proof of publication?
We do.
All right, gavel in the public hearing.
And it will be an ordinance that you guys are considering for approval tonight. I think Shannon passed it around. It didn't make it into the packet.
All right.
The ordinance is not very interesting. It's just you have to vacate right-of-ways by ordinance. Other than that, it's mostly just agreement approvals.
We have to do that in order to sell it, right?
Hmm?
We have to do that in order to sell it.
Yes. Well, yes. And we're buying it, not selling.
Okay. Well, that was a great introduction. Thank you. So, as you all are aware, the town has purchased all of the properties just north of Town Hall. This here is Coal Creek Drive. This is McCaslin. There are four lots here that we are that we own, and then this area in red here is what we're talking about this evening. This is an old alleyway. It's technically right-of-way. We are proposing to vacate this alleyway, and then when you vacate an alleyway, half of it goes to one owner and the other half goes to the other. So the north half would go to the gas station property, and then the south half would go to the town. And then the transfer of property, because the gas station does not want to maintain and own additional land, they're going to deed their northern portion to the town. So that, in a nutshell, is what we're here to discuss.
Renee, I had a question about the deeding of that northern portion. You described that in the memo, and is that done administratively, or is there an actual property transfer where there's a financial transaction between that property owner and the town in order to get that piece of property?
That's part of the agreement. That's part
Okay.
of the...
So there's no financial transaction, it's just an administrative, we're agreeing to this, they're agreeing to that, so we can...
There is a financial transaction.
Okay.
But it's not like an old school typical purchase and sale agreement.
Okay.
So in consideration, they had some various costs they were concerned about. And so in consideration for that, the town is going to give them $6,000 for the tract.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for staff? All right. Thank you for the presentation. Anybody in the public like to give public comment? Anybody on Zoom like to give public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Additional questions? Close the public hearing. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move that we approve Town of Superior Ordinance number 0-5, Series 2026, an ordinance for the Town Council, the Town of Superior approving an application to vacate certain right-of-way within the town.
Second.
Got a motion from Councilmember Foster, second from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Lasis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu?
Yes.
Councilmember Cowish?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw?
Yes.
Councilmember Foster?
Yes.
Councilmember Craycraft?
Yes.
All right, passes unanimously. And with that, unless there's anything further, we're adjourned. See y'all next Monday.